Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Satma. Banda Moy Savadana Mate. Banda Moy Savadana Mate. Jahar prasade bhai e bhavatori ya jaya. Krishna prapti hoya aite. Krishna prapti hoya aite. Guru mukha padma vakya chitet kariya kya. Arana kariya mane asa. Arana kariya mane Asa Sri Guru Chara Nirati Aisa Uttamagati Jai Prasad Pura Sarva Asa Jai Prasad Pura Sarva Asa Chakudandalo Jai Janme Janme Prabhu se Chakudandalo Jai Janme Janme Prabhu se Diva Gyan Rida Prakasita Prema Bhakti Jaote Havida Vinasa Jate Prema Bhakti Jaote Havida Vinasa Jate Vidagaya Ratsarita Vidagaya Ratsarita Sri Guru Karina Sindhu Hadama Janara Bandhu Sri Guru Karina Sindhu Hadama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokara Jivana Ila Prabhupada Lokara Jivana Ah Prabhu Kara Deyo Dehamara Parachaya Ah Prabhu Kara Deyo Dehamara Parachaya Ebajas Gusukta Bhuvana Ebajas Gusukta Bhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavari Pastatya Desatharine Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shri Vyasa Bhakti Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shri Vyasa Bhakti Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shri Vyasa Bhakti Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare, Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hare, Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hare, Nitai Gauranga Gaura Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Hare Bol. Let I go, Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Hare Bol. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Vishpad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya Tadismadhis Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON's founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Anand Kodi Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasani Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Gidi Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Shri Shri Radha Radhanath Ki Shri Gidi Govardhan Ki Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Shri Hare Krishna Mahamantra Ki Shri Shinatai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor and Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, please be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter at your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada Ki.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all for joining us on this glorious and most auspicious occasion as we celebrate the Vyasa puja of His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So I'm Haripriya Devidasi. I was trying to calculate Maharaj, and I think I know you for about 40 years, which is practically most of my life. So with your blessings, we'd like to try and honor you in the best way we possibly can. I'd like to invite His Grace Swarab Damodar Prabhu to officially welcome you today.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki. Hare Krishna, devotees here in the temple room at Sri Sri Radharanath Temple, and all the dozens, probably hundreds by now, of devotees that are joining us online. As was suggested by the program director, I've been asked to welcome you all. So welcome. It gives us great pleasure and honor to invite you all into the temple of Sri Sri Radharanath for this most blessed event, an event that's filled with grace and mercy, warmth, love and joy in a pandemic-ravaged world that we find ourselves in now, that we have been dealing with for the last many months now, and who knows how many more months to follow, where people are so much in need of mercy and hope and some peace and satisfaction. Occasions like the honoring of the great Vaishnavas is very, very much needed. These occasions bring so much of satisfaction to the heart, so much of peace and comforting to the heart. So we welcome you all for coming together today, this morning, on this very wonderful occasion. Thank you for coming here and together in a like-minded mood to increase the grace and mercy that will flow through this world because of this ceremony. So thank you and welcome to you all once again. I'd like to also especially welcome His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj for graciously agreeing to be honored. I remember at a small event we had, a nice event that we had in, I think it was Rasa Bihari Prabhu's place last year, was it? When Maharaj spoke right at the end, he mentioned that, it's an austerity. It's quite an austerity to sit through all of this and go through it. And at one point he said, I felt like saying, okay, it's enough now. we can go on to Prashad. So we really want to appreciate Maharaj for agreeing to accept this event in honor of him, and that way allow a wonderful flow of mercy to permeate through all our lives. So thank you, Hare Krishna, and welcome. Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you so much, Swarab Damodar Prabhu. And like you were saying about the lockdown, I think for us it's been one of our greatest blessings to be locked down with His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to spend every day with Maharaj, and we've learned so much in this short space of time by just being in his association. And he's given himself so freely to all of us, and even to everybody out there. I'm sure you would have logged in every day for Maharaj's morning japa and evening japa and his Nectar of Devotion course and his Bhagavad Gita course. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for giving yourself so freely to all of us. So the schedule for this morning is we will read the meaning of Vyasa puja next, followed by a foot bathing ceremony. Maharaj will read his offering to Srila Prabhupada. We have homages by Maharaj's god brothers and well-wishers. Then we will offer Guru Puja, and we will have a Vyasa Puja cake. Just a quick reminder that the second part of the Vyasa Puja is this afternoon at 3:30. You can log in via Zoom, Facebook, and Instagram. So we have a video presentation about the meaning of Vyasa Puja by Mother Lalita Kund, who, as you all may know, is one of Maharaj's very senior disciples who have joined ISKCON in the very early days. So.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami iti namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namine. Hare Krishna. Our desired goal, life after life, is to worship our Supreme Lord Krishna. We understand that it is extremely rare to achieve this, but if one secures the shelter of a genuine, bona fide guru, then this almost unattainable goal can be attained. We have to surrender to the lotus feet of our spiritual master and serve the lordships under his instructions, and we will then attain the transcendental loving service of Sri Sri Radha Krishna. Guru is the mercy incarnation of Krishna. The spiritual master is called Guru because he is heavy with knowledge. He lives completely in accordance with the Vedas. His presence in our lives is so important because only through the gift of knowledge, guidance, encouragement and correction, our spiritual master can take us or takes us personally over the horrendous waves of repeated birth and death. Just like a tiger leaping from one place to another, all that he carries, be it an ant or an insect, are transported with him. Similarly, we too can be transported to a better place because of our deep connection with our spiritual master. This world is like a quicksand of ignorance, and we are being sucked deeper into it by our complacent and arrogant nature, which helps to keep us ignorant of the ignorance. Srila Prabhupada kindly rescued us from this ignorance by sharing spiritual knowledge and love which he gave to his disciples, and today we are the recipients of such love by the mercy of our spiritual master, His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami. Srila Prabhupada's lecture on the 23rd of August 1971, I quote, "Even though we may not have the good fortune to contact the Supreme Lord personally, the Lord's representative is good as the Lord himself, because such a representative does not say anything unless it's spoken by the Supreme Lord himself." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives a definition of Guru in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela 7.128. The bona fide Guru is he who advises his disciples exactly in accordance with the principles spoken by Krishna. So a bona fide Guru is he who has accepted Sri Krishna as Guru. This is the Guru Parampara system. The original Guru is Srila Vyasadeva. Krishna is a speaker of the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam, wherein everything spoken relates to Krishna. Therefore, Guru Puja is known as Vyasa Puja. In the final analysis, the original Guru is Sri Krishna. His disciple is Narada Muni, whose disciple is Vyasadeva. In this way, we gradually come in touch with the Guru Parampara. One cannot become a Guru if he does not know what the Supreme Personality of Godhead or his incarnation want. The mission of the Guru is a mission of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. I unquote. The spiritual master not only comes in parampara, but he ensures that the parampara continues by making the Vedas accessible and intelligible, and the essential spiritual techniques practicable by initiating and training his disciples. In this way, the ancient knowledge and tradition is preserved yet kept fresh. One should try to grasp the mood of the spiritual master and follow in his footsteps by rendering loving devotional service to their lordships. Reading from scriptures alone does not help us to understand the Lord. The sincere attitude of a receptive devotee and his steady service towards a representative of Srila Vyasadeva can bring about a full understanding of the deeper meaning from within the heart of the disciple. On this most auspicious day, we bow down to the lotus feet of our beloved spiritual master and pray incessantly that he allows us to surrender completely, just so we engage fully in pure devotional service to our beloved Lord Shri Krishna. His Holiness Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami ki jai, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada ki jai, assembled devotees ki jai. Ladita Kund Devidasi.
A huge thank you to Mother Lalita Kund for that beautiful message. We would now like to perform our foot bathing ceremony to you, Maharaj, and we'd like to invite all the Prabhus to please assist in this. Thank you.
Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Samsaradhava nalalidha loka Tranaya karunya ghana ganatvam. Samsaradhavana lalidha loka Tranaya karunya gana ganatvam samsaradava.
Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Vaditra Madhyana Manasora Sena Mahaprabhu Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Vaditra Madhyan Manasora Sena Mahaprabhu Romanchakam Pashrutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Romanchakam Pashrutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shringaratan Mandiramarjanadho Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shringaratan Mandiramarjanadho Yuktasya bhaktang chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasadam Svadvanatriptan Hari Bhakta Sanghan Kritvaiva triptem bhajata sadhaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam 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 Shri Radhika Madhavayoraparam Madhurya Leela Gunarupanamnam Pratikshanaashvadanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Mikunjayona Ratikeli Siddhyai Yayali Bhiryuktirapekshaniya Tatra Tidaksha Dati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Tatra Tidaksha Dati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shakshadhari Tvena Samasta Shastrer Ruktashtatha Bhavyata Eva Sadabhi Shakshadhari Tvena Kintu Prabhurya Priyayeva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Kintu Prabhurya Priyayeva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasada Yasya prasada nagati kutopi Yasya prasada Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasada Yasya prasada nagati kutopi Dhyayang stuvang-stasya yasa sri sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Dhyayang stuvang-stasya yasa sri sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Samsara dhavanalidaloka Pranaya karunya ghana ghana tvam Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru
Shri Charanarvindam. Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Nama Om. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani. Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stottara Sata Sri Srimad Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. His Holiness Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. His Holiness Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsava Ki. Srila Prabhupada Ki. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Thank you, Swarup Damodar Prabhu. I think your singing has captured the mood perfectly. It's very sweet and a little emotional. I was just thinking about all your disciples all over the world, Maharaj, that would have given anything to be here, especially the South African disciples. I heard yesterday that the Vyasa Puja was originally supposed to be in Cape Town, so I'm sure the devotees there are feeling sad, but I think we all miss them and wish they were here with us. We'd now like to invite you, Maharaj, to read your Vyasa Puja offering to Srila Prabhupada.
Shri Shri Radharadna Ki Jai, Shri Giri Govardhan Ki Jai, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. Okay. In my offering, I think, having read through it, I need to just clarify a little what the idea is. The idea is that we, and the people in general, but we also, may not really know or have known what to do, and still we may not really know what to do about the pandemic. It's very confusing and very difficult for people to deal with. And I was reading Indradyumna Maharaj's Vyasa Puja offering to Srila Prabhupada, and from it I also got to understand more how for the devotees also it's, you could say, confusing, but frustrating. It's definitely frustrating in certain respects, but Srila Prabhupada was never confused or frustrated even, but he saw in everything, good or bad, possibility for preaching, spreading Krishna consciousness and giving us realizations. So that's my idea here. My dear Lord and Master Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to you. Now the world is in the grip of a fever regarding the so-called coronavirus. I've been wondering how you would have reacted to all this. I feel you would point out how the material world is always full of danger, and that this is just a further example of that. Currently, I'm in our Sri Sri Radharadnath temple in Durban, South Africa, and we are under what is called lockdown. meaning that no one in the country can go out of their houses unless they have an extremely good reason. We have not had a regular preaching program for almost 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks. How about 6 months? And we don't know when we'll be able to. That's still true. Although it will not be soon. That's also true. I remember when you were with us, there were accusations in America that we were quote-unquote brainwashing people to get them to become devotees. Some devotees did not know how to respond to these accusations. I could say that, at least in my experience, none. It was a very bewildering situation, actually. Yeah, and it was a very heavy situation. Very difficult, particularly in America. But you, as always, were very clear about addressing the situation. You said, yes, we are brainwashing from bad to good. That is our business. We are washing the brain from all rascaldom. That is our business. Your brain is filled up with all rubbish things, meat-eating and illicit sex, gambling, so we are washing them. Chaitadarpana Marjanam. What's this now? I can't read it. Anyway, okay. Oh, Shrinvatam Swakata Krishna, Punya Shravana Kirtana Rityan Taksto, Abhadrani. Abhadrani, washing. Abhadrani means bad things. The bad things should be washed off. Don't you cleanse your home? Don't you cleanse your room? Is not that brainwashing? So if you wash your room very clean, who blames you? But you are so rascal that why are you washing this garbage? You are protesting. You also said, if you've got brain, you're trying to brainwash. Actually, you have no brain. See how important it is, this movement. You're trying to brainwash. We are not brainwashing. We're giving you good brain. That is our mission. That you are so dull-headed, we have come to give you good brain. Sumedasa. Yagyai sankirtana praya. Yajantihi sumedasa. We have come to make you intelligent. Receive us well for your benefit. Tell them like that. Bring one court case, and I shall sit. Go and sleep there, and expose them, item by item. I know my case is strong. So that's Srila Prabhupada. So now, myself. So I'm sure you would have many things to say to clarify how this virus situation has arisen due to the degraded habits of the majority of people. And you would have many ideas how we can spread Krishna consciousness under these circumstances, even though so many people in countries have become practically paralyzed and have practically no idea what to do. And you would have many ideas how we can make the most of these situations to find creative ways to spread Krishna consciousness. You say in your purport to Caitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela chapter 7 verses 31 and 32, quote, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to invent a way to capture the Mayavadis and others who did not take interest in the Krishna consciousness movement. This is the symptom of an acharya. An acharya who comes for the service of the Lord cannot be expected to conform to a stereotype, for he must find the ways and means by which Krishna consciousness may be spread. Unquote. By your mercy, devotees are finding ways to preach Krishna consciousness through the internet and similar means, and some extraordinary results are coming. In many ways, your example and instructions were revolutionary, and therefore your movement has had such an effect on this world. We're praying on this most sacred day to get a little empowerment from you so we can represent you and carry things on in such ways that you'll be pleased. Only in this way can we be successful. your eternal servant, Bhakti Caitanya Swami. Srila Prabhupada Ki.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Now we'd like to listen from your God brothers. They've all sent through some video messages. If the tech department's ready, then we will begin. First up is His Holiness Ramai Swami. Ramai Swami was born in Egypt and got initiated by Srila Prabhupada in Melbourne in 1973. He has spent decades traveling to cities and towns sharing Krishna consciousness all over the Australian continent. Maharaj's zonal assignments have included New Zealand, Indonesia, Maipur, amongst others. Other positions of responsibility he has occupied are 2 terms on the executive committee and 2 terms as chairman of the GBC, and Maharaj is currently serving on the GBC exec committee as the chairman. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. It is my great pleasure and privilege to be with you here today online on the occasion of the anniversary of the appearance of His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami, the occasion being his Vyasa puja celebration. It is said in Shastra that to make rapid advancement on the spiritual path, one needs to surrender to the bona fide Guru. And in Shastra, in Caitanya Charitamrita, it is said, Guru Krishna Rupa Hana Shastrera Pramane, Guru Rupe Krishna Kripa Karena Bhakta Gane. According to the deliberate opinion of all the revealed scriptures, the spiritual master is non-different from Krishna. Lord Krishna, in the form of the spiritual master, delivers his devotees. And this from Vaishnava Vigyapta by Narottam Das Thakur. Jahare nikate gele papeduri jai, emona doyala prabhu kebe kota pai. Where can anyone find such a merciful personality whose mere audience sends all sins far away? So, one time Srila Prabhupada commented that, who is the best guru? And he answered, the one who has been the best disciple. He can become the best guru. So, as a follower of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti Caitanya Swami is very dedicated and very loyal to Srila Prabhupada, and his mood of service to Srila Prabhupada and to ISKCON and the devotees all over the world is quite remarkable. I had the privilege of working with him, closely with him, on the GBC Executive Committee for the last couple of years. And previously to that, I had association with Maharaj when we come together for the GBC meetings. But he's on one side of the world and I'm on the other side of the world, so it wasn't a very continuous association. But luckily for me, that on the executive committee we're able to have our conference calls and our email exchanges. So it's been as I said, a great pleasure. He's such a wonderful devotee that he's very selfless, and he'll volunteer to take on tasks that are quite difficult, that others would think twice about. But Maharaj comes forward to help on all sorts of levels. He has wonderful qualities. He's what I call a real Vaishnava gentleman, or gentleman Vaishnava. Just like we had the disappearance of His Holiness Bhakti Charamaj, who I regarded also as a great Vaishnava gentleman. So too, Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj, he's also on that level. And I think that is one of the essential qualities of a devotee, to be like that. And of course, as those of you who are his disciples have got that great fortune to be able to be trained in that way. Prabhupada once told us when we were in his room, he said that I am your guru and I'm training you to learn how to render first-class service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna is pavitram, pure, so you have to become, in your service, you have to become suddha, you have to become pure in order to render a very nice service to the Lord. So Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj is on the high levels of purity, and if you follow in his footsteps, I'm sure that he will take you back home, back to Godhead. So thank you, Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj. I look forward to continuing to serve with you on the executive committee, and I hope you have a wonderful Vyasa Puja day. Hare Krishna.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you to His Holiness Ramai Swami. And he has perfectly put it, Maharaj, a Vaishnav gentleman. I think we've all seen that in you, and we aspire to follow in your footsteps, like Maharaj has said. We will hear now from His Holiness Giriraj Swami. His Holiness Giriraj Swami met Srila Prabhupada in 1969. Maharaj is well known in South Africa as an initiating spiritual master. He has made many significant contributions to Srila Prabhupada's mission, overseeing all aspects of the development of Hare Krishna land in Juhu, Bombay. He was instrumental in the acquisition and development of the Bhaktivedanta Ashram in Govardhan, and led the development of the Kirtan Ashram for women, the Bhaktivedanta Hospice, and the Vrindavan Institute of Palliative Care in Vrindavan. Maharaj, who is a prolific author, is now focusing on one of the main instructions he received from Srila Prabhupada, which is to write. His Holiness Giriraj Swami served closely with His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami since the mid-1980s. As their relationship developed, they focused on their mutual service to Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami received his sannyas initiation from Giriraj Swami in 1994.
Hare Krishna, our dear Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj, happy Vyasa Puja. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to your wonderful service to him. When I consider the trajectory of your devotional career, from the time I met you until now, I am filled with wonder and delight. When I first met you in South Africa, you were a solid brahmachari named Raghubir Das. Working with you was always a pleasure for me. You exhibited such good qualities. In time, you took responsibility for various preaching programs and projects, such as the Yeovil Center. One thing you did for me that I will never forget is giving me an early translation of Srila Sanatana Goswami's Brihad Bhagavatamrita. Until then, I had read only Srila Prabhupada's books, but I had faith in you and knew that you would not lead me astray. At that time, my health was not so good, and I would go to a park in Johannesburg near the Hillbrow Temple and read. And as I became more absorbed in the book, I began to envision features of the park, its ponds and hills, as Radhakund, Shamakund, and Govardhan Hill. This book awakened my taste for reading more works of our previous acharyas. In time, you taught at the VIHE in Vrindavan, where I had more of your saintly and scholarly association, both in the classroom and on parikrama. during the Gaur Purnima festival in Mayapur in 1994, I was pleased, on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, to award you sannyas, the renounced order of life, and give you the name Bhakti Caitanya Swami. A personal highlight for me was when you came to spend time with me at my ashram in Carpinteria, California, in January 2005. I loved our walks together and the video you showed us. Gradually, you started to spend time outside South Africa and India. In 1998, you became a GBC member, and you have served and preached in such places as Angola, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Swaziland, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and acted as co-GBC for Mauritius, Northwest Russia, Eastern Siberia, Western Siberia, and the Baltic states, as well as South Africa. And you were GBC chairman in 2002-2003, and again in 2010-2011. We also met in Mayapur for the Sangha of Gurus, GBCs, and Sannyasis, SGGS, and we got to do service together there too. Over the years, you have come to lead parikramas in Vrindavan and produce high-quality books with superb images and excellent text, including my favorites, Vrindavan, the Playground of God, and Govardhan, the hill that fulfills all desires. Recently, during the coronavirus pandemic and lockdown, I've had the opportunity to join you on Zoom conferences and relish your association there. And of course, we often have interesting spiritual discussions by email in relation to the philosophy and practice of Krishna consciousness and the spreading of Krishna consciousness in various places. Still, I miss your personal association, and I pray that when the pandemic subsides and I'm able to travel again, we will meet in person by Srila Prabhupada's grace in his service. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Again, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your service. Your eternal servant, Giriraj Swami.
A huge thank you to His Holiness Giriraj Swami. We will now hear from His Holiness Lokanath Swami, who is an initiating spiritual master in ISKCON. He met Srila Prabhupada in 1971. Coming from a traditional Indian family, there was some initial resistance to him joining. However, Maharaj not just made them favorable, but transformed his entire village into Krishna consciousness by opening a fantastic ISKCON temple. He has been conducting Padayatras, Vrindavan Parikram, and is in charge of the World Holy Name. He travels and preaches to the remotest villages in India and does university programs in developing countries. Thank you, Mark.
Hare Krishna. Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai, and please accept my obeisances, Maharaj. Mancha kalpatarubhishya kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Today is your birthday. Well, for disciples it is Vyasa puja day also. Oh, anyway, happy Happy birthday, happy Vyasa Puja day to you. And I don't think I need to say happy birthday to you. You may never take birth again. I think you're going back to Krishna, and Srila Prabhupada is guaranteed. And I just found out that you were born and brought up in New Zealand, and while you were studying at Auckland University, that is where you came in contact with Srila Prabhupada. I would say you came in contact with lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, because you had witnessed some followers of Srila Prabhupada. They were offering flowers unto Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. I think that made the connection. You got connected with Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. And the next thing, happened. The good thing happened to you. Although no devotee had preached to you or given book to you to read, nothing of that sort had happened. And in London you ended up, someone dragged you to a Hare Krishna temple. And upon arrival there, one devotee gives you here's a mala for chanting. Chant 16 rounds. Your appeal to and you received Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Maha Mantra, you became Bhagyavan. So this is Agyata Sukriti. Or in fact, this is perfection. That sadhu sang, sarva shastra koy, lava matra sadhu sange sarva siddhi hoy. You came in contact with the greatest of the sadhus on the planet those days, who walked amongst us. You had association, you were there in close proximity, and that developed Agyat Sukriti, and you became Bhagavan. You came to Krishna and to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. I think you were born then in New Zealand, in that Auckland University campus, when you saw the devotees worshipping or offering flowers to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. So once having born or come in contact with Srila Prabhupada, you have stuck to Srila Prabhupada all these years and have represented him perfectly in very exemplary manner. also becoming governing body commissioner, and serving Srila Prabhupada's mission globally, but I would say especially Africa. It is also the 40th anniversary of your arrival in South Africa. 1980 you arrived, so this is 2020. And all these long 40 years you have served Srila Prabhupada's mission in South Africa, and everywhere you have certainly pleased Srila Prabhupada. So Yasha Prasadat Bhagavad Prasado. That has happened. You have pleased Srila Prabhupada. So Radhanath is pleased with you, and we are pleased. I'm happy myself. I'm proud of you, my brother, Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj. Your so many contributions in field of education, and your talks and classes which are philosophically deep and perfect and humorous at the same time. I follow your talks very closely. And the whole world also, actually, they do. Your seminars, Killing Demon seminar is a world famous, and 10 topics of Srimad Bhagavatam, and Srila Jiva Goswami's Tattva Sandarbha seminar I have closely followed. I liked, and I'm greatly benefited, and I very much thank you for these presentations. Hari, I also like you because you take great pleasure in Mayapur and Vrindavan dhams and parikramas, and I think in some ways we are birds of the same feather. We do flock, or we do walk together. 1 year even you did the entire Brajamandal parikrama and made a documentary and made Brajamandal and Brajamandal parikrama popular. Thank you for the same. Hari, you were 69 today. I used to think you are older, but I was surprised to find out that you are junior in age. But that doesn't really matter, because I always consider you senior to me. There are two ways the age calculation is done. One is called Vayovradha. Vaya means age, the physical age. The other one is Jnana Vradha. By knowledge and realization, one becomes matured and older. So you are certainly senior to me, as you are more matured in Krishna consciousness, and I always look up to you as my superior spiritual elder. So on this occasion, I wish you, you're linguist also. You learned so many languages, including Hindi, and sometimes we do little talking in Hindi. Chalti ka naam gadi. I'm the one who taught you. I have taught you few lessons in Hindi. Sharadam Shatam Sharadaha Pashyemaha. On the occasion like this, on the birthdays, prayer like that is offered, meaning, may you see 100 autumn seasons, may you live long life, but not just long life, it has to be healthy life, long, healthy, active in Krishna consciousness life. You may live. May Srila Prabhupada be always with you. May their lordships, Radha Radhanath, be always with you. And thank you for being our dear elder, spiritual elder brother. Hare Krishna. Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Avirbhav Tithi Mahotsava Vyasa Puja Mahotsav Ki Jai. And we congratulate all those who have assembled on this occasion or wherever they are and are celebrating Maharaj's Vyasa Puja and or birthday party today. Hare Krishna.
Well, I don't want to extend it all for too long, but first was Ramai Maharaj, and he's chairman of the GBC. I'm what they call first vice chairman, and you know, he's a very interesting person in that he's so senior. He joined just around the same time as me, or maybe a little earlier, something like that. Born in Egypt, but then moved to Australia as a child. And he is the senior Australian devotee. And there are many devotees in Australia. But, you know, very interesting thing. Simply by his own choice, he has not become, he's not giving initiation. He just wants to serve. There's no problem or any reason like that why he might not become a guru, but he prefers just to preach and to serve. And that's really, it's very interesting, and it's actually very wonderful. But I must say, he is the best chairman of the GBC. I've been there for more than 20 years now. He is really good, incredibly good, so attentive to detail, and so just make sure everything gets done for Srila Prabhupada. Then Giriraj Maharaj, what can we say? Of course, so many of you know Maharaj very well, quite a number of his disciples. He became, after Bhagavan in 86, he became the GBC. And until what, for more than 10 years, I think, 12, 13, 14 years, up to 2000 or around about there. Yeah, he was GBC or co-GBC. And I became a GBC on the request of Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj. But I remember one morning in the Cape Town temple sitting and chanting japa, and Giriraj Maharaj phoned me from somewhere, probably I suppose America, and asked me to become GBC also for South Africa. That's how I became GBC, or one of the GBCs for South Africa. So on occasion I have told him that I'm just, what's the term, holding the fort until he comes back to become the GBC again. We had so much association from the time of the temple, this temple opening actually, 85. I mean, he first came in 82. And then he would come occasionally. But then from 85, he really started getting involved. And then 86, he just became very deeply involved. And I feel I was so fortunate. I had so much opportunity to sit there while he preached to devotees and helped sort out situations, which essentially meant preach to devotees. I had already known Shamsundar was GBC in England when I joined. I didn't really get to know him much. But then came Hansadutta in, 74 maybe. And I got to know him quite a bit. Then came Jayatirtha. I got to know him very well. And then came Bhagavan, who I also got to know very well. But Giriraj Maharaj was just so much more Krishna conscious. Really. Oh, really. It was a whole different approach to being a devotee, and being a devotee or being a leader in Krishna consciousness, say. Such a different approach, and such a very Krishna conscious approach. And it struck me so deeply. One of the things that most struck me was when it was, I think, September 86, anyway, it was right around there, Bhagavan Das left ISKCON. That was just, anyway, whatever. But that was really trying. And Giriraj Maharaj came here. I was actually based in Joburg at the time. And of course, in my own little way, I was trying to, having witnessed the fall down of Jayatirtha also in 1982, I mean, from here, and how it affected us here. But so I was trying to help the devotees and preach a little to different devotees under those, very difficult circumstances. But when Giriraj Maharaj came just a few days later, as I recall, something like that. Anyway, and he started preaching to the devotees, because every single last one, those at least who weren't disciples of Srila Prabhupada, every single last one was a disciple of Bhagavan. And so I was there every time pretty much when Giriraj Maharaj was preaching to those devotees, and I saw the effect he had. I had tried to preach to the same devotees a few days before, but then I saw the effect he had on them. He really, you could say, turned their minds and hearts around from such a difficult situation back into positive Krishna consciousness. It was really amazing. It was very impressive, and it was very clear. And yes, so that was 86, and then we served together. We were together so much of the time, really, a lot of the time, for more than 10 years. More than 10 years. So I witnessed his preaching and his sincerity in Krishna consciousness so much. So, yeah, it really, I would say it really influenced me in my approach to Krishna consciousness. It really did. From a more just hands-on, even arguably manipulative type of management to a Krishna conscious style of trying to see things getting organized in ways that Srila Prabhupada would really be happy with. Yes. So since that time, since the time of his heart condition, then we haven't seen each other much. We keep in touch a bit. Now I'm trying to keep in touch with him more, actually, just over the last few months. And I pray that I'll be able to get more of his personal association too. Very valuable. It's very valuable to get the association of devotees who knew or know and had experience in terms of practical activity with Srila Prabhupada. It's extremely valuable. So thank you, Giriraj Maharaj, very much. And Lokanath Maharaj. Yes, we have this saying, Chalta Nam Ki Gadi. I don't know if that's proper, if I remember correctly. You keep going on the vehicle of the holy name. That's what keeps you going. So, he's a transcendental character. He's also very sincere and dedicated devotee, and very knowledgeable, and just very wonderful heart. And yes, he mentioned parikrama. We've done many parikramas together, really many, for many years, going way back into, I would say, the early 80s. Yeah, many parikramas, and his heart is really there in Vrindavan and Mayapur. So I'm really blessed to have the association of a sadhu like him, such an amazing sadhu. So thank you also, Lokanath Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada Ki.
Thank you, Maharaj, for sharing your relationships with your God brothers. We'd now like to hear from His Holiness Indradumna Swami, who's no stranger to South Africa. Maharaj has been traveling and preaching for the last 48 years. He is also an author and photographer. In 1970, Indradumna Swami met his spiritual master, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Since 1986, Maharaj has been spreading the message of Krishna consciousness throughout the world. His yearly activities culminate in coordinating the annual Summer Festival of India, tour on the Polish Baltic coast. Indraduma Swami has been writing his well-known Diary of a Traveling Monk since 1985. The series describes the adventures he experiences and the people he encounters while traveling. When he's not managing festivals, Indraduma Swami interfaces with many spiritual leaders and political people, including the Dalai Lama, the King of the Zulu Nation, and the late Nelson Mandela. So we look forward to hearing from Indraduma Swami.
Hare Krishna, Oma Gyan Timidandasya, Ginangana Shalakaya, Chaksurlimilitam Jena Tasmai Sigurave Namaha. Panchakalpa Turubhyascha, Kripa Sindhupa Evacha, Patitanam Pavanevyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Our very dear Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj, please would you accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Today, I, along with many others, your disciples, friends, and well-wishers, would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge your amazing service to this movement on this day, everything you've done for Srila Prabhupada, which I've had the good fortune to witness. For many, many years, you've sacrificed so much for the South African Yatra. From going on Sankirtan for a number of years to raise funds for the construction of the Sri Sri Radharadhanath Temple of Understanding. I don't know if many devotees were aware of that. How many years you went out door to door and raised funds for the to build that temple, as well as to having accepted numerous roles of responsibility in the management of the South African Yatra, and for doing what I see that you do best, and that is preaching Krishna consciousness. In my eyes, you are a preacher's preacher, Maharaj. I listen to most of your classes, actually. And then when I speak, people think I know something. But really, I'm just borrowing it from you. But you say it so much better. And I've always admired your committed, unwavering, and determined service in the Russian Yatra as well. I've seen that you've given your everything to the devotees in the Urals and Siberia. And I know these areas very well. The facilities are very often quite austere. What to speak of the weather? People think of, Siberia as cold, but it's also extremely hot in the summer, and the mosquitoes are as big as birds. But it's common knowledge that the devotees there love you very much, and they must certainly be missing you a lot, as I know you must be missing them. Maharaj, Krishna's blessed you with an incredible intelligence that has made you one of the guardians of our sacred scriptures, which are the rock foundation of our International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Again, your lectures through the years have helped me and many others to understand our philosophy and appreciate how it surpasses any other philosophy in this world. And I take great satisfaction knowing that you could defeat in debate anyone foolish enough to challenge our philosophy. There's not many who can do that. And you would do it in a very calm, cool, and collected way. And each time you sit down to give class, whatever you say is always interesting. It's always new and fresh, despite the fact that you may have spoken on any particular verse many, many times. It's something unique about you. It's like Bhattahari. Prabhu, our godbrother, every time he sits down to lead kirtan, it's always new and fresh. It's always interesting. It's always appropriate for the time, place, and circumstance. So you're the same. You can comfortably sit down anywhere, anytime, any part of the world, and present the absolute truth in such a way that it captivates the audience. And then there's your service to our movement as a member of the GBC, which has helped safeguard the legacy of our beloved Srila Prabhupada, whom it's very evident that you love very much. As such, I will say that I have and I always will see you as an older brother in Krishna consciousness. You inspire me in many ways. And I am honored to have served alongside with you in this lifetime. And if the opportunity arises, I would be very happy to serve with you life after life until we all fulfill all of Prabhupada's desires to spread Krishna consciousness to every town and village. I also want to take this opportunity to pay my full obeisances to your disciples, Maharaj. They must be very proud of you today. And I wish I was there to see them or hear them offering their offerings to you. I will be through the medium of the Zoom, but there's something always special about being right there. Due to your example for them and the training you've given them, they're all exemplary devotees. It's often said that the worth of a teacher is seen in his students. That your students, that your disciples in particular, are such good followers of both you and Srila Prabhupada, attest to your own leadership and purity as well. So, on this auspicious day, I pray that Lord Nrsingadev will always watch over and protect you as he has done. And we need you around for a long time, Maharaj. And I pray that Shri Radharanath will bless you, that you may achieve prema in this very lifetime and go back home, back to Godhead when all is said and done. So I remain always your admiring godbrother, now from a distance. I hope it doesn't last too long. I hope we can spend some time together in Russia, preaching Krishna consciousness for a long time, and I hope to be with you again in a yatra that's very dear to my heart, the South African yatra, and we can work together there to push on Srila Prabhupada's Sankirtan movement. I so much admire you, Maharaj. I am your admiring godbrother on this day. I ask you from the depths of my heart to please excuse me for any offenses I may have committed to your lotus feet. Please forgive me, and look forward to embracing you again in the future. Yours always, Indradhyumna Swami. Hare Krishna. Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, the South African Yatra ki, the Ruski Yatra ki, and all the other yatras you preach into. Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Well, Swarup Damodar Prabhu suggested I say a few words about each devotee, as I did already, you saw. So Indradhyumna Maharaj, wow, what a devotee. What an amazing devotee. I first met Indradhyumna Maharaj, it was 1973. He was the leader, I think, of the French Sankirtan party. In those days, the French Yatra was very strong, and they were doing a lot of book distribution. It was amazing. And they came to London, as I recall, for the Rath Yatra. Prabhupada was there for the Rath Yatra in the middle of 73. And I was so impressed by Maharaj really impressed as the leader of the Sankirtan party, and he went out, and I was also doing book distribution, and he did far more books than any of us, twice as many. And yeah, and many of the devotees under him who were French, they also did a lot more books than we did. That was his leadership in preaching. And yes, really amazing. And Maharaj has always been very kind to me, very personal and considerate and encouraging. I remember in 83, the idea first came up. It didn't manifest for another 11 years, but the idea came up of me taking sannyas. And he was very encouraging, and he told me that he was going to give me some special Nrsingadev mantras when I take sannyas. Yeah. Maharaj's preaching is he's a living legend, that's all you could say. He's a living legend when it comes to preaching. He's the most prolific and successful preacher, basically, in Srila Prabhupada's movement. His Polish tours, of course, they're also legendary. Then he went to America and started special festival there. That's another legend, amazing program. How he did it, it's beyond me. I don't have that sort of capacity. And what to speak of the Rath Yatra here in South Africa. When I first, we had Rath Yatras when I very first came. We had Rath Yatras here in Chatsworth. Yes. I remember the one, was it 81 or something? I think it was 81. That started from here and went down to, I think, Unit 3 or Unit 2, the grounds down there. And, we tried to do something. And it was okay. It was nice, but nothing special. And then we heard Maharaj wanted to put on the Rath Yatra down by the beachfront. That was, gosh, I forget what year that was, but 25 years plus, would it be? 28 years ago, 1988. So I heard that, Maharaj is going to put on the Rath Yatra. And I thought, on the beachfront, and I thought, oh, okay. Oh, that's nice, interesting idea. But it was really nice. It was really nice. Even the first one, it hadn't really got rolling, but it was really nice. And then, of course, it built up to become the greatest festival, not just Rath Yatra, but greatest festival in Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON in the world outside of India, where all it's just, you can't help but be successful. If you can't be successful with a festival in India, there's something really wrong with you. But he made it such a massive success. Anyway, a massive success. Everyone knows that. We all know that so clearly. And it's all manifesting from his heart. That's where it's coming from. It's coming from his heart. Because his heart is like that. His heart is Srila Prabhupada's. And therefore, when he applies himself to to presenting Krishna consciousness directly, indirectly, through other people, through programs, or preaching directly himself. It always has such an amazing, wonderful effect. Actually, I could go on for a long time. I remember going with him and Shamlal Prabhu. We went on a tour in what was then Transvaal many years ago, collecting for the Ratha Yatra with Harinamananda Prabhu, with Shamlal Prabhu, and there may have been one other person with us. And we went all over all those towns. I don't know if you know all those towns. Petersburg, Pietratif, Marble Hall, and a few others. With Maharaj, just following along with Maharaj, as Maharaj preached to those people with Shamlal Prabhu and raised funds for the Ratha Yatra. What a wonderful experience. I also went on the Polish tour at least once, maybe twice, but definitely once, I think maybe twice. What a dynamic preaching program. You know, Maharaj was president here in the Radharadhanath temple for a while. I forget how long, but sometime. And he wanted to see how he could develop Radharadhanath for preaching. And he did. He introduced a Saturday night program, which, while it was going on, was really successful and wonderful. But then I think it became clear to him that he could do more service to Prabhupada by actually just preaching and just focusing on preaching, because there's the tendency to get caught up in management details and so on if you have to be the president. So then he went out, and whatever he touches in preaching, it just turns to success, wonderful success. People become devotees, and the devotees become enlivened. And just one other thing I'll mention, he was saying some things about how I supposedly preach. You know, you want to listen to Maharaj's classes. You really want to. He is such a deep scholar. And his classes are kind of like really professional classes. He's always well prepared. He's not a lazy person like me, who, I mean, I do prepare sometimes actually, but not like he prepares. He really gives his heart to analyzing, going into the subjects he has to present, and then putting things together and presenting them so nicely. And he himself has become a Brijbasi. There were times, I don't know how many of you know, where Parthasarathi Maharaj would sort of joke with him that how he's not into Vrindavan, how he's not a Brijbasi, because Parthasarathi Maharaj has been for so many years. That was quite some time ago, but definitely since then, Maharaj has become a real mega Brijbasi, exploring, analyzing Vrindavan Dham. It's just one of my favorite activities. Exploring, finding out places and meeting people, and so Maharaj is really into that, and he does it so nicely. His parikramas he does so nicely. So thank you, Maharaj. If you happen to be online, thank you so much. Thank you really so much, so much. And it's one of my deepest heartfelt desires to get your association more, along with Giriraj Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada Ki. His Holiness Indradyumna Swami Maharaj Ki. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj, for taking us down memory lane. I actually remember vividly being at that first Ratha Yatra that went to the 3B ground. I remember it was quite ecstatic, and yeah, it was wonderful trying to go back and remember those wonderful moments. We'd now like to hear from His Holiness Parthasarati Das Goswami Maharaj. He's obviously well known throughout South Africa as an initiating spiritual master and disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Maharaj joined in London only a month apart from you, Maharaj. Hence, you all have been associates since the beginning of your spiritual journey. And what's written here is that your friendship was solidified when both of you preached in South Africa. And one of the projects was in coordinating the successful fundraising to build this beautiful temple, Sri Sri Radharanath. His Holiness Parthasarati Das Goswami Maharaj is famous for his tent campaign, a traveling Hare Krishna festival which he pioneered in the 70s and 80s. He and a small team would erect a marquee in a residential area, and for 2 weeks, every evening would hold a festival with kirtan, class, film, drama, and prasad. This particular time was dangerous in South Africa, as you all may know, because it was the era of apartheid where a white person could not live in an Indian area. And often Maharaj was hunted by the police and he would have to hide and run from them. Nevertheless, the 15-year 10 campaign program was a grand success, making many devotees, myself included. Maharaj has written numerous books, including a book about his association with Srila Prabhupada. So Parthasarati Maharaj has written an offering which I'd like to invite Swarab Damodar Prabhu to read to us.
Words of glorification to His Holiness Srila Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj on the divine appearance day of his Sri Vyasa puja ceremony from Parthasarati Das Goswami. Dear Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on your Sri Vyasa puja ceremony. I am greatly fortunate and blessed to have had your association for 47 years. We joined around the same time, I think just a few weeks apart at 7 Bury Place, London. I remember you being extremely enthusiastic, strict in your practice of sadhana, and a very responsible disciple of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. I have this vision of you wearing a shirt, but not a kurta. The shirt would have probably been synthetic, not even cotton, and probably from Woolworths or Marks and Spencer's. You had a long blonde sika, and at the time you took on the responsibility of being the temple commander. I have a fond and dynamic remembrance of when you were driving the car on our way to Sankirtan, to a town outside of London. Even at that time you could drive. I assume you had your driver's license. Then our paths separated for a short while and rejoined in 1980 when you came to South Africa. This is a blessing to the South African Yatra, and you have remained there for 40 years, taking on incredible responsibility locally and also in ISKCON's institutional responsibility. And now you are the Vice Chairman of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. I remember some years ago you were 4 in 1, meaning you were a sannyasi, a GBC member, a spiritual master, and you were the temple president of Sri Sri Radharanath Temple. I don't think anyone has ever been a 4 in 1. It is my good fortune and the good fortune of the Vaishnavas in South Africa that you continue to give us your association. I humbly pray to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, Sri Sri Radharanath, and Sri Sri Jagannath, Baladev, and Subhadra Devi, that they give you an extended length of life so you can continue being our spiritual guide, spiritual inspiration, and senior most disciple of Srila Prabhupada in South Africa. Here, I mean senior most, as in terms of spiritual advancement and responsibility. Maharaj, if there's anything I can do to assist you, please indicate to me, and it would be my great pleasure. By assisting you and serving you, I know I can please His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and also please my exalted God brothers and God sisters. I remain your servant, Parthasarathy Das Goswami.
Well, let me say a couple of words. Yeah. Of course, Maharaj is so well known to all of us, and most of the devotees in South Africa, and I think maybe most of the devotees sitting here right now, are disciples of Maharaj. Such an amazing devotee. I do remember, he likes to say that I joined shortly before him, but I prefer to say that he joined a little before me. That's how I remember it. But anyway, whatever, we did join right around the same time. And at that time, 1973, January, right, early 73, he was already showing himself to be a very good devotee. We ended up a little after some months, I think, we ended up on the same book distribution party, going out from the Berry Place Temple, Central London. And we'd go out every day. Sometimes we just walk out down the main street, which was just a 5-minute walk away. And some days we'd drive out to the surrounding towns and do book distribution. And generally, he would always do more books than me. And I remember, then he got, by Krishna's arrangement, he came down here, and then I ended up here also. But I remember, maybe this is something some devotees are not aware of, he was regularly going out distributing books here. Tent campaign was going on, and he would go out also and distribute books on the streets. His heart was really into preaching, and on a number of occasions he and I had just small discussions really about what we're doing, what's going on. And on a few occasions at least, he told me that, well, as long as I'm engaged in preaching, yeah, he had that understanding, his heart was there. Of course, we know that even actually back in those days when we first joined, his health was somewhat kind of suspect. He hasn't had good health even since those days when he was in the very early 20s, maybe actually just 20. His health was not good. And since then, yes, well, I think we're aware enough that his health is not good generally. But he keeps himself so fully engaged in Krishna consciousness. He's the most deeply absorbed devotee who I know, and I know a few deeply absorbed devotees. He's so deeply absorbed and so deeply knowledgeable in Krishna consciousness, like literally all aspects of Krishna consciousness, including the most elevated. He's extremely knowledgeable. And he's just an extremely warm, friendly, and kind person. he's always, just always without fail, been extremely nice with me and dedicated to Prabhupada. The famous collecting program to build this temple, he got completely into it, and was extremely successful. So he's another person, whatever he does, whatever he puts his mind to, it becomes very successful and very wonderful. And I pray to eternally have the association of His Holiness Parthasarathi Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Parthasarathi Maharaj ki.
Thank you, Maharaj. We'd now like to hear from His Grace Madhavi Prabhu. I think he's another one of those stalwart devotees who have assisted in collecting funds to build this temple.
Oh, yeah.
His Grace Madhavi Prabhu is a disciple of Srila Prabhupada and an initiating guru. After arriving in South Africa from America, he preached and distributed books all around the country and collecting funds, like I've mentioned. He later settled with his wife and family in Cape Town, where he was pivotal in establishing Krishna consciousness, contributing to the opening of a temple in Rondebosch, as well as establishing various namahatas. He served as temple president at the Rondebosch temple from 1988 to 1992. Thereafter, he continued to serve as a member of the congregation for over 20 years. He also serves as a regional secretary of the Cape Provinces. Madhavi Prabhu has sent through a video.
Dear Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on the wonderful occasion of your holy appearance day. I was reading a quote from Srila Prabhupada. It's from a morning walk in Perth, 1975. And the devotee was raising the question that Jesus said, love thy neighbor as thyself. So if we love our brother, and Srila Prabhupada interjected, that we are loving. We are giving Krishna consciousness. That is loving, real loving. We are giving him eternal life, eternal bliss. Unless we love them, why are we taking so much trouble? The preacher must love the people. Otherwise, why is he taking? He can do it for himself at home. Why is he taking so much trouble? So, of course, Maharaj, you've been staying in the Durban temple for some months now due to the lockdown and all, but generally you traveling all over the world, practically speaking, spreading Srila Prabhupada's mercy. So the question of saving oneself, there are so many examples at the beach. Someone is caught in the riptide, in the current and pulled away to sea. And some friends or some family member who cannot swim very well jump in the ocean to try to save them. And generally what happens is they both drown. But then you have the expert swimmer, the lifeguard. When he jumps in, he doesn't drown, but he saves the drowning person. So, Maharaj, you are that expert lifeguard. You are fully committed to the instructions of Srila Prabhupada, and therefore you have the strength to save thousands from the ocean of birth and death. So we wish you a wonderful day today, in association of all your loving disciples, and we wish you all the best of good health, so that you can stay and serve Srila Prabhupada for many, many years to come. All glories to His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Well, I've known Madhavi Prabhu since 1975, when he came to London, and he was based there for some years, and we knew each other very well. We served together a lot. Then I came down here, and he came down here. Madhavi Prabhu is, he's a very diligent, dedicated, sincere person, really dedicated to Srila Prabhupada and his mission, and extremely studious. We traveled together, really together, from Easter 82 till July 85. Yeah, we were together 24/7, actually. And I saw his dedication. We're raising funds for building the temple here. And what a special, special devotee, who basically knew nothing other than Prabhupada and service to Prabhupada. And since then he's carried on. He was temple president there in Cape Town, and when he wasn't the president, he was there and involved always. And of course, more recently, last couple of years or so, he became a guru, and in his quiet, unassuming, very unceremonial type of way, he's doing that service. That's quite a service. Boy, that is quite a service. But he's doing it very, very nicely. And, I can say for sure that anyone who becomes his disciple and who really takes up the role of being a disciple under his guidance, they're going to become excellent devotees. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Madhavi Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you, Maharaj. We'll now hear from His Grace Govardhan Prabhu. His Grace Govardhan Prabhu met the devotees in 1982 and now serves as a trustee of Africa and Global BBT. Serving as the chairman of the Back to Godhead board, he has also served as co-temple president, regional secretary, and national secretary. He was initiated in 1994 by Bhakti Caitanya Swami, and in 2020, the GBC appointed him as the governing body commissioner.
This is recorded, is it? Yeah.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjananjalakaya Chakshuronmilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Mukam karoti vachalam pangam nanhayate girin jat kripatam aham vande Sri Guru Dinastarinam. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Caitanya Swaminiti Namine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bevarcha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my prostrated obeisances on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja celebration. All glories to your divine grace. ISKCON Guru Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to the glorious devotees. This is about the 30th time in my rather dull and insignificant life that I got to sit down, contemplate, and extract from my heart some words of gratitude and appreciation for everything you have done and continue to do for my spiritual emancipation. As the years go on, I have grown to appreciate the gravity of the relationship, which is rooted in an ancient science based on timeless truths and continued by Suda Bhaktas such as yourself, who have all seen the same truth. Writing and offering has always been a sacred act, a written declaration of truth, as much as an arati offering, which requires a devotional heart and regulation, is an act of love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Any great tradition must produce a living example of the truth it espouses. Its doctrinal integrity must extend beyond the pages of the sacred texts and be a visible living truth in the lives of its followers. Guru Maharaj, you are such a role model, the living embodiment of devotion and practice. You have made spiritual practice your life's duty, and in that way set the daily example for us to follow. For me, I am easily hinged to mundane pursuits, and am forever influenced by the spell of Maya. I spend my days developing affection for this body that I am now wearing. I struggle with my undisciplined mind in a very chaotic world, but by your daily example, I get hope that one day I too will become worthy of practice, so long as I stay connected to you in a meaningful way. Being connected means the faithful execution of your every instruction. King Indra was once cursed by a spiritual master to become a hog. When Lord Brahma had recalled him to return to the heavenly kingdom, he refused, having developed attachment to the hog's life. Such is the power of attachment, and such is the power of illusion. Such is the risk of flirting with this all-blinding energy. Such is the risk of not being steadied at your lotus feet. Therefore, I again beg to be attached only to the shelter of your lotus feet. Guru Maharaj, every day you exert yourself to protect Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. You are a faithful guardian of a sacred tradition, and you are forever vigilant to safeguard both the theological and physical aspects of Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. Recently, I received a responding email from one of the founding members of our South African Yatra, which read, Tulsidas Prabhu was very happy to hear that you remembered him fondly from South Africa and sends his best wishes and obeisances. What an exceptional contribution Tulsidas Prabhu made. When I was a young student, I observed how hard he worked, together with so many others, for building the Shri Shri Radha Radhanath temple. Then amongst those many saintly Srila Prabhupada disciples, you emerged as a leader. My earliest impression were that this is a person with impeccable spiritual integrity, vast learning, and rock-like steadiness. As the management system rolled over, you took over the reins and continued to provide stewardship and leadership. Today, ISKCON in South Africa has grown into a significant organization with widespread assets and thousands of devotees. You have over time made unmatched personal and financial contributions, paying off bonds and making regular donations while dutifully fulfilling so many international obligations. Now, by your inconceivable mercy, I have an opportunity to assist you and to learn from you on how to care for Srila Prabhupada's house and Srila Prabhupada's devotees. Guru Maharaj, you are my topmost well-wisher and benefactor, and I carry a debt of burden that I could never repay. My only duty now is to try to remain as your most menial servant for the short years of my remaining life, and remain fixed in the service of Sri Sri Guru and Krishna. As fire is kindled from wood by another fire, so too the divine consciousness of man can be kindled by the grace of the spiritual master. As a man cannot separate his life from his body, a disciple cannot separate the order of the spiritual master from his life. The spiritual master trains the disciple in such a way that in the future only the Supreme Personality of Godhead will be the dearmost goal of his life. My fervent prayer is to always remain an instrument in your expert hands. I also pray to remain the servant of your many sincere, loving servants. Please forgive me for my countless offenses. All glories to your divine grace on this most auspicious occasion of Sri Vyasa Puja. Your struggling son, Govardhan Das. Hare Krishna.
Well, I can say, I was going to just mention in my talk later on, I'll just touch on it now, I will later on, that I really appreciate how Govardhan Prabhu has accepted responsibility in Srila Prabhupada's movement, particularly becoming a GBC, and now he is just, it's just a few months now, but as he's executing those duties now, he's doing such a wonderful service as a GBC. Really wonderful service. So I appreciate so much his dedication and sincerity and willingness to take responsibility in Prabhupada's movement and really give it everything, and by the grace of the Lord be given the intelligence to do these things effectively. Thank you, Govardhan Prabhu. Srila Prabhupada Ki. Govardhan Prabhu Ki.
Thank you, His Grace Govardhan Prabhu. We'd now like to hear from His Grace Swarup Damodar Prabhu, who, as you all know, is a senior devotee in our community and an initiated disciple of His Holiness Giriraj Swami. For many years, Swarup Damodar Prabhu has served in ISKCON in various managerial roles, including head pujari, temple president for 14 years, and one of the directors of the Sri Sri Radharadhanath Temple. He is currently the chairman of the South African National Council, regional secretary of ISKCON KZN, and he's a spiritual mentor guiding many devotees in our community. He's instrumental in planning and organizing our world-renowned Rath Yatra festivals that you mentioned earlier on, Maharaj. Swarup Damodar Prabhu.
He's actually national secretary. There's another regional secretary sort of in the wings or something. But anyway, that's right.
Hare Krishna to all the devotees. Please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm always very grateful for the opportunities to appreciate the role senior Vaishnavas have played in my life. The grace of the senior devotees are really what we are made up of. Or rather, their mercy, which is abundantly flowing, and we are made up of how much we choose to grasp from them. There are many ways to grasp the ever-flowing mercy from the lotus feet of the great Vaishnavas. We can eat their prasadam remnants, we can drink the water that has washed their lotus feet, We can take the dust from their lotus feet upon our heads. We can receive their instructions and guidance, and so on. And we look forward to all of that this morning. And we can also offer our sincere and genuine gratitude and appreciation for those exalted Vaishnavas. This morning I wanted to focus on one outstanding spiritual quality of Maharaj's that I am very, very grateful for and I appreciate very, very deeply. And I'm very hopeful that by a sincere appreciation of that quality, I may actually develop the same quality. It is said, that which you appreciate appreciates in you. In other words, it grows in you, it appreciates in you. And that is the quality of consistency. Consistency is one of the essential qualities that sets apart highly successful people from the mediocre ones. In an ever-changing world with ever-changing norms and value systems, a person with consistent practices, behavior, and goals is so very rare. And in Krishna consciousness, such a person is also very rare. Sa Mahatma Sudurlabha. But by Srila Prabhupada's grace, although it is very, very rare, we are so fortunate here to be honoring such a rare Mahatma today. For those who don't have it, consistency could sometimes be a boring, unappealing quality. I mean, where's the excitement? Where's the spontaneity? Where's the life full of surprises and changes? In those persons' experience, happiness and bliss is fleeting, erratic, and unsteady, if at all even there. But for those who are consistent in their behavior and activities, happiness is not a pendulum-like experience. Real, authentic happiness is always consistent. The satisfaction is always consistent. Such a person is always relishing. Such a person is always eager to experience everything related to the service of Krishna. I see in His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj a person who has perfected consistency. Day in and day out, Maharaj happily engages in the sadhana practices of Krishna consciousness. In no way is he compelled to. Rather, he simply relishes it. He relishes having the audience of the deity every day. He relishes sitting down and chanting the holy names. He relishes kirtan with the devotees. He relishes speaking and hearing Krishna consciousness. And he relishes honoring prasadam. And boy, does he relish being in the holy dham. His Holiness B.B. Govinda Swami once asked me, how do you perceive the love in Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj's heart? And there was a little exchange. And then Maharaj answered from his perspective. He said, just see the love Maharaj has for Vrindavan. Maharaj is always eager to share his love for the dham. Also, while not eagerly, Maharaj also very dutifully accepts even the tough managerial challenging services for so many years. But that also brings much mercy from Srila Prabhupada to him. Maharaj, please bless me to develop a fraction of your consistency. That consistency, I know, will eventually develop into the experience of relishing all aspects of service to Krishna. In order to begin to do that, I also need to be cleared and excused of the numerous offenses I've committed at your lotus feet. Please, please, please kindly forgive me and keep me close at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace on this most important and divine occasion. Your eternal servant, Swarup Damodar Das. Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki.
Thank you. Well, I must say a couple of words also, which I was going to say this evening, and I will actually also say this evening, like with Govardhan Prabhu. I really appreciate how Govardhan Prabhu has accepted responsibility. I already said that. I really appreciate how Swarup Damodar Prabhu has accepted and is continuing to accept responsibility. I really appreciate it. You know, talking about consistency, I mean, it's part of it. It's not, it must be related. You know, he was temple president and basically did very well, indeed. We never had to come in and, you know, sort out some wild chaos or something like that. But since then, now he's become national secretary, co-national secretary, but he's chairman of the National Council, and as I observe things going on, he's really applying himself so nicely to that service, very responsibly, very intelligently, and with deep heartfelt concern for Prabhupada's movement and how it can go on and develop as nicely as possible, but for the devotees also. Sometimes, you know, there's the tendency to think that let's just get things done for Prabhupada, and how it gets done and how it affects the devotees, that's just, you know, as long as it doesn't really matter so much as long as it gets done for Prabhupada. On the other hand, there can be the tendency to become sort of ineffective, I don't know, how would you say, partially paralyzed or something, that one's so concerned about not upsetting anyone, that sort of idea, that in the end you can't really do so much. Of course, we have to be very careful about offences, there's no doubt. But I've seen that, and I am seeing, I mean, even just in the last few days and weeks, how Swarup Damodar Prabhu has he's really developing like that, and like maturing and deepening in Krishna consciousness and manifesting in the service of having, you know, very big responsibility for so many devotees and so many projects for Prabhupada. So, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. I think we should also mention that Swarup Damodar Prabhu is in huge demand as a wedding priest.
Oh.
He travels all over the world performing weddings, and I know my daughter Sandini said she will refuse to get married by anyone else except Swarup Damodar.
Oh, that's very important. Yeah.
Our final speaker for this morning is His Grace Vibhu Caitanya Prabhu, and as you all know, he's our current temple president. He's a disciple of His Holiness Kadambakanana Swami. Vibhu Caitanya Prabhu started reading Srila Prabhupada's books whilst in high school, and he joined ISKCON in Pretoria, and then thereafter moved to Durban to assist in the management of the temple here. He is our top book distributor and is currently the minister of the book distribution in South Africa. Vibhu Caitanya Prabhu has sent through a video. As you know, Maharaj, he is unable to move around much because of his leg injury.
Hare Krishna, and welcome to the Shri Shri Radharadhana Temple, the home of Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj and thousands of devotees. Maharaj, as a resident sannyasi, as our GBC, has been our father, our grandfather, and our guiding principle here at the Shri Shri Radharadhana Temple. We are eternally grateful to the the services of Shishi Radha Radhanath. Just like now all of you are sitting at home and some of us are sitting here in the temple room on this fine marble floor, we are very grateful, but we don't show our appreciation to the floor. Similarly, we are really grateful to Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj, and although we don't show it all the time, we're eternally indebted to Maharaj's services and inspiration here at the Shishi Radha Radhanath Temple and in South Africa. All glories to Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj on his most auspicious Vyasa puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Well, let me just say a word. Vibhu is great. We love Vibhu. He's really wonderful. He's a gentleman. And he's the only person here who I can speak my few words of Gujarati to. Which I do regularly. But yeah, thank you, Vibhu, for doing. I'm well aware of this, extraordinary physical situation you're in. Gosh. But thank you for being so dedicated to your service to Prabhupada and to book distribution. I really appreciate these things tremendously. And I'm sorry I don't express it enough also. But thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So that brings us to the end of the messages for now. A reminder that we will meet again at 3:30 this afternoon, South African time, to listen to the disciples' offerings to Maharaj, and of course Maharaj to your address, your Vyasa Puja address. We will now conclude with Guru Puja and the cake cutting. Thank you to all the devotees who have attended and to the over 200 devotees online. We really miss your association and hope to see everybody soon. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Shri Guru Cha Rana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Cha Rana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma
Bandamoye Sabadana Mate Bandamoye Sabadana Mate Yara pra Sadibai He Baba Toriya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Akya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Akya Harana Koriyo Mane Asha Harana Koriyo Mane Asha Shri Guru Cha Rane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Chakudana Dilaje Janma Janme Prabhu Singh Chakudana Dilaje Janme Janme Prabhu Singh Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashita Prema Bhakti Aite Avidya Vinasha Jate Prema Bhakti Aite Avidya Vinasha Jate Vijay Gayara Charita Vijay Gayara Charita Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokara Jivana Lokanath Lokara Jivana Ha Prabhu Karadaya Dev More Padachaya ha Prabhu Karadoya Deo More Padachaya Devya Jasa Goshu Kribhuvana Devya Jasa Goshu Kribhuvana Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jaya, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya, Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Jaya, Jaya, Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami Niti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Gurudev.
Astottara Sata Shri Srimad Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. His Holiness Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja Mahotsava Ki. Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Astottara Sata Shri Srimad Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki. ISKCON's founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki, Namacharya Haridas Thakur Ki, Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana Ki, Shri Vrindavan Dhama Ki, Mayapur Dhama Ki, Ganga Mai Ki, Yamuna Mai Ki, Bhakti Devi Ki, Tulsi Maharani Ki, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki, Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki, Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki, Shri Vyasa Puja Mahotsava Ki, Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj.
Rasamrita. Spotlight onto Rasamrita.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana-timirandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmitanyana Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. It is my pleasure this afternoon to welcome, firstly, our dearest Srila Gurudev to the second part or session 2 of his Vyasa puja celebrations. I welcome His Holiness Ram Govinda Swami, and I welcome all the wonderful, wonderful devotees who have logged on to this virtual Zoom program to celebrate and honor in glorification of our dearest Srila Gurudev. Robert Frost, famous poet, said that the best laid plans of mice and men go away. During this COVID-19 times, we cannot hold anything too certain. Everything is so fluctuating, and there are so many challenges. My mind flashes. The vision is very lucid. We were meant to be at the Hare Krishna temple in Rondebosch, at the southernmost tip of South Africa, Cape Town. Yet this was not meant to be because of COVID-19. The 2020 Vyasa celebrations of our dearest Srila Gurudev is being celebrated at the Sri Sri Radharadhanath Temple of Understanding, where Maharaj is presently locked down. But nothing is without divine intervention. We all remember the sincere devotional mood that Maharaj has for Sri Sri Radharadhanath. And even in these uncertain times, there is a greater plan to place Maharaj, our dearest Srila Gurudev, at the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radharadhanath. This morning, we witnessed and were participants of the most beautiful Vyasa Puja Session 1 celebrations, where his transcendental brothers were able to honor him with such deep moods of appreciation. I would like to borrow His Grace Swami Damodar Prabhu's mood that he anticipated for the Vyasa Puja celebrations in Session 1. The mood of love, grace, warmth, and deep spirituality. So yet again, I say a warm welcome to all of you. And may we also, in our glorification of our dearest Srila Gurudev, display the mood of warmth, love, joy, and grace. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Our dear Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. A warm welcome once again.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. My name is Sister Devi Dasi, and I am. Can you hear me? Okay? Yeah. So Hare Krishna. My name is Sister Devi Dasi, and myself and Amrita Mani and Priya Kishori will be coordinating the reading of the offerings today. So just a footnote, if you have not registered to read your offering, please you can raise your hand and we'll see at the end of after everybody that registered read the offering if we have space to accommodate. Thank you so much, Ross and Rita, for the amazing welcome. I for sure feel welcome. And thank you to all our esteemed guests. So a very special thank you to Srila Gurudev. Please also another footnote, if you have registered, just check your chat box and you'll be able to see if you in the pipeline. Okay, thank you so much, Hare Krishna. So the next part of our program is that we'll have His Grace Krishna Balaram Prabhu read the meaning of Vyasa Puja. His Grace Krishna Balaram Prabhu, over to you. I'm not sure if you're there, Prabhu, if you are.
Yeah, I was just unmuted by the administrator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Gurumaj. Hare Krishna Ram Govinda Maharaj and all the Vaishnav, all the assembled Vaishnavas. Amma Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami Iti Namine Namami Bhakti Caitanya Prabhupada Nashevayam Shri Rajadam Mahatmya Pradakshakam Kripavarnam Om Jnana Tirimandasya Jnana Jnana Salakya Chaksurumilitam Yena Tasme Shri Guruve Namaha Panchakalpastrubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavabhyo Namo Namaha. Meaning of Vyasa Puja. On the 22nd August 1973, a day after the installation of Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda in London, Srila Prabhupada spoke at his Vyasa Puja celebration, in which he gave a clear understanding of the meaning of Vyasa Puja. Srila Prabhupada, quote, "So this Vyasa Puja ceremony means to offer our thanks to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because He is the original Guru. As we receive this message through the Parampara system, from Krishna to Brahma, Brahma to Narada, Narada to Vyasadeva, Vyasadeva to Madhvacharya, in the same way, Madhavendra Puri, then Ishvara Puri, then Caitanya Mahaprabhu, then 6 Goswamis, then others, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Jagannath Das Babaji, Gokishore Das Babaji Maharaj, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, then we have taken. So thus, we have come to this Krishna consciousness understanding through this long parampara. Similarly, in the Vyasa Puja ceremony, whatever respect, honor, and presentation you give, that goes to Krishna through that parampara system from down. As it is received through the parampara system, so similarly, your offerings also go through this parampara system to the Supreme connection. Our system is Gopi Bhartu Padakamala Yo Dasa Dasa Anudasa Chaitanya Chaitamrita Madhya Leela 1380. It is sometimes called bureaucracy. If you apply something, at least in India, to the president, you will have to submit to the local collector. The collector will submit to somebody else, and somebody else, then secretary, you go, then to the president. So our system is that. So it is not that I am training my disciples to worship me, man worship. I am getting some honor from them for nothing. No, it is not that. Whatever honor, whatever respect, and whatever presentations you are giving to your spiritual master, it will go to Krishna by parampara system. This is the Vyasa Puja. Therefore, it is called Vyasa Puja. Unquote. In the same address, Srila Prabhupada gives an understanding of how the living entity and the Guru are introduced to each other. He says, quote, when Krishna sees that a living entity is very anxious to understand him or to revive his Krishna consciousness, then Krishna gives him all the opportunity, especially by manifesting himself as the spiritual master, Antar Bahi. The spiritual master is, therefore, Krishna's manifestation, Krishna's mercy manifestation to help a person to develop his Krishna consciousness. From within he is helping, therefore he is called Chaitanya Guru, and from without he sends his representative to help how to become advanced in Krishna consciousness. Therefore, to advance in Krishna consciousness, we require two kinds of help, one from Krishna and another from the spiritual master. Unquote. We can therefore appreciate that the relationship with the spiritual master is not some material coincidence, but an intervention created by Lord Krishna as the Supersoul or Chaitanya Guru to assist the devotee in their spiritual progress. An aspect of this relationship is understanding the mood of the spiritual master and serving him according to that mood. In an offering to His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami in 1961, Srila Prabhupada gives us an intimate glimpse of one expression of his mood in regards to his spiritual master. He writes, quote, on that day, in pain of separation, O Lord, I was grief-stricken, unable to tolerate being apart from my spiritual master. Unquote. Srila Prabhupada is showing here that the relationship with the spiritual master is deeply heartfelt and affects the disciple at the very core of existence. The year 2020 has certainly been tumultuous and will certainly go down in the annals of life. It has created unprecedented turmoil, grief, and uncertainties. Although this is seen as a time of immense pain, it is also a time the saintly make unprecedented advancement. Today, we are again physically disconnected, yet we are intimately connected through Sri Guru, and have been from the very start of this lockdown period. To conclude this meaning of Vyasa Puja section of 2020, let us console and deepen our thoughts of Sri Guru by again referring to the 1961 Vyasa Puja offering of Srila Prabhupada, where he says, quote, but a festival of flowers and fruits is not the real worship. One who serves the Guru's message really worships him. Unquote. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krishna Balaram Prabhu. Okay, so we have a few devotees that are abroad, and just in order to cater for them, we'd like for them to go first. We're just busy coordinating that at the moment, but we would like to ask His Holiness Ram Govinda Maharaj to say a few words. Deva, if you can help us from Shishinitai Gora Hari's side, please. And then after Ram Govinda Maharaj has addressed us, can we please ask that Sham Kishore and Prahlad Nishinga Prabhus ready themselves to read the offering in that order. Hare Krishna.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचैतन्य स्वामीति नामिने। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामीति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादि पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. It's a great occasion. Happy anniversary, Vyasa Puja Day for you. Maharaj is my instructional Shiksha Guru also. From the time I applied for sannyas, since then Maharaj is nicely guiding me. With the guidance of Maharaj, I am just trying to move forward in this sannyas ashram. Maharaj is very kind to anyone. Whatever he gives advice, it is own realizations. Many occasions, Maharaj cleared my doubts. Beginning of my sannyasa ashram also, Maharaj used to take me with him to the programs and make me sit with him, and so that is how I was able to get out of the stage fear. When I was doing the Bhakti Shastri, we studied Bhagavad Gita, all the Bhagavad Gita, Ishopanishad, nectar of devotion, nectar of instruction. The study is only to get the pass marks. That's all. Actually, people say that no, when you do the Bhakti Shastri, you are perfect. I don't think so. Because their entire concentration is how to answer, how to get the pass mark, that is. That's my own realization. After that, we hardly touch it. Somehow, recently Maharaj has been taking every day classes, nectar of devotion and Bhagavad Gita also. I was fortunate enough, by his mercy, I have to attend Maharaj classes. What I heard from the lotus mouth of Maharaj is 45 years experience. His explanations you don't find in the scriptures. So that's why scripture says that one should take the association of the pure devotees. The association of the pure devotees is far superior even than the liberation. Especially in Gaudiya Sampradaya, devotees never want liberation. Mama janmani janmani ishvara bhavatat bhakti rahitiki tvai. Life after life I want to be in service of the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. And that opportunity to serve the lotus feet of the Lord, we get by the mercy of spiritual master. Vritasura in the final, when he saw the Lord Sankarshan in the Vajrayudha, thunderbolt, when Indra took it to kill Vritasura, in the last 4 verses in the 11th chapter is the Dharmartha Kama Moksha for the Vaishnavas. He never wanted liberation. Mamuttama shloka janeshu sakhyam samsara chakre bhamatam sakarma bhi. My dear Lord, according to my karma, I may take any type of birth. But please bless me to be in association of whatever the type of birth, I take it. I may become animal, dog or human being, doesn't matter. But please bless me to be in association with the pure devotees of the Lord. He was such an elevated Vaishnava, he could have asked for the liberation, but he didn't ask. Because association of the devotees is more superior than the liberation. In the Adi Purana also Lord says, the one who serves me, Arjuna, is not my devotee, but the one who serves my devotee is my devotee. Lord Krishna gives so much stress. So that Maharaj, what he was teaching in the Bhagavad Gita is still continuing teaching. I am fortunate. I feel myself very fortunate to attend that classes. When you read the scripture, we understand little. But when you heard from the Vaishnavas, that understanding differs. While talking, they also explain the realizations, vijnanam, what we call it. Book knowledge is the jnanam, but it won't stop there. Unless we get the realized knowledge, that is vijnanam. So Lord, His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj always explains the realizations. I am very fortunate to get guidance from Maharaj always. Also I am very fortunate that Maharaj blessed me to attend the classes of Bhagavad Gita and Nectar of Devotion. I pray Maharaj to bless me, keep at your lotus feet so that I can continue in my sannyas ashram. Not much time is left for me also. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you so much, Ram Govinda Maharaj. I think all of us would also agree that we're extremely happy that Maharaj has spent his lockdown in South Africa, and with that we've at least had to have his virtual association through ISKCON Durban. Thank you very much, Ram Govinda Maharaj. Devotees, just a side note quickly, please bear with us as there's a lot of back and forth because of people being obviously on different places, so please bear with us. Okay, so we have requested that Sham Kishore Prabhu read his offering. Next, Prabhu, if you're there, would you kindly unmute yourself? And then after Sham Kishore Prabhu, can we please ask that Prahlad Nishinga from New Zealand reads? And then please, if we can ask that Bhakti and Radhika and Caitanya Charan Prabhu after go up after Prahlad Nishinga. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami Iti Namne, Namani Bhakti Caitanya Prabhupada Sejanam, Shri Bhagavan Mahatmya Pradarshakam Kripanaba, Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namne, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Pracharane, Nidishesha Srinivadi Kashyapyaga Prasarine. Hare Krishna to my dearest Lord and Master, Shiva Gurudev. Please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet again and again. All glories to ISKCON's founder Acharya, His divine grace to the Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace on this most auspicious occasion of the Vyasa puja. Shiva Gurudev, you are a glorious and exemplary representative of Srila Prabhupada. This is shown by how you do everything in your capacity to please Srila Prabhupada, by being so loyal to Srila Prabhupada's desires and instructions. Srila Prabhupada established the 7 purposes of ISKCON, which makes ISKCON what it so gloriously is. This meditates on how to uphold these purposes, and in this way, makes such a vital contribution to maintaining ISKCON as what it truly is. Srila Prabhupada and ISKCON are one and the same. This makes you such a vital part of Srila Prabhupada's glorious body.
The way you systematically propagate spiritual knowledge makes it so absorbable into anyone's consciousness. In this way you create peace, unity, and the balance of values in the world. This is shown in your seminars and lectures on timeless spiritual wisdom, which people of all beliefs and cultures can relate to. You propagate Srila Prabhupada's books in such a comprehensible level and pace. Your preaching is so effectively past transforming because of your realized knowledge of Srila Prabhupada's teachings. By transforming the hearts of those who hear your scholarly classes on Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam, you awaken an interesting attraction in them to hear, chant, and remember Sri Sri Radha and Krishna and the beloved devotees. In this way, you enable so many people to develop a consciousness of Krishna. In many of your classes, I have felt that you have a deep and intimate understanding of Krishna's and Srila Prabhupada's heart. As a GBC leader of our ISKCON, taking on great responsibility and much personal inconvenience, you hold and bring the members of our society together while balancing Srila Prabhupada's standards with continuously arising new and complex challenges amidst want for change. With your expert leadership, I feel that we have become a mature and more open-minded society while maintaining integrity to Srila Prabhupada's standards. This achievement, I can only imagine, is an extremely challenging task. I appreciate and minister spirit of ISKCON South Africa, which has a special, unique energy due to your and all of the wonderful devotees' expert leadership. Guru Maharaj, you always encourage and promote Harinam and Kirtan and book distribution. You are always enlivened and enthusiastic about the congregational chanting of the holy names. I think this has made the Sankirtan movement so successful wherever you go. In South Africa and in all the other parts of the world that you lead, there are vibrant transcendental holy places for the benefit of the devotees and the public. You have overseen and ensured that these transcendental places are kept at such a wonderful international standard. They are all places of solace, enabling everyone to dive deeper into devotional awakening. These holy places are oases within this passionate, heavily consuming materialistic world. These wonderful holy places educate people about the importance of a more natural and simpler way of life and essential contribution to the world. You always emphasize to the devotees, and especially us, your disciples, the importance of distributing transcendental literature. You are so enlivened when devotees distribute Srila Prabhupada's books. These books give knowledge that people are hungry for. Srila Gurudev, I am so grateful to you for everything that you do for Prabhupada's ISKCON. You are an exemplary leader. You lead with a devotional heart and devotional and compassionate heart. There is no way to thank you enough for all your sacrifice and commitment, which is for the benefit of all the members of ISKCON. We ensure that our home, our ISKCON, is strong and protected. We take this for granted sometimes. Gurudev, I pray to uphold and contribute to these 7 purposes as a member of ISKCON. I pray that I may please you one day. Please help me develop some intelligence so that I may also make a difference. I beg you to be merciful to me. Please pray to Srila Prabhupada and Sri Sri Radha Shamsundar for me, for they will hear your pure prayers. My desire is to please them, to chant the holy names with love and full attention, to serve the devotees sincerely, and to develop a personal relationship with them. Although I am geographically far away from your lotus feet will always be firmly placed and worshipped within the core of my heart. Hare Krishna Gurudev, your useless son, Shanti Shordas.
Thank you, Kishore. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki. Okay, so next we have Prahlad Nashinga, and then we just, thank you so much, Prahlad Nashinga. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev, Hare Krishna, please take my most humble obeisances. All glories to your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Sri Sri Gauranga, all glories to Sri Sri Radharanath. Please take our most humble obeisances from me and my wife Guru Bhakti. I just will say a few words. Thank you very much that you made my life enlightened and blissful with a light of spiritual knowledge, and by your causeless mercy, by your kindness, your great compassion, you saved me from the dark of ignorance, and I don't know where I would be without your mercy. It's like everything good that happened in my life happened by your will and mercy, and I just want to say this, like whatever desire or idea I have to, it's like to serve to Krishna or spread his message, by mercy of Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, and by your mercy, it's like all my desires like fulfill in the most amazing and most wonderful way. Thank you very much, dear Srila Gurudev, that you in my life, you my only hope, and you lotus feet is everything in my life. Thank you so much. I wish you the long life, that you continue and keep going, and that give more and more mercy, and let me to be at your lotus feet, dear Gurudev. Thank you so much. Haribol, His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. Bhakti and Radhika, are you ready for us? You can unmute your mic if you are there. Thank you so much. After that, we'll be playing a video. And after the video, we ask that Nandarani Mataji please get ready to read out her offering. Oh, so, my apologies, sorry. So after Bhakti and Radhika, we'll have Caitanya Charan from India. Thank you, sorry. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me? Hare Krishna. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you. Each year that I come before you, I struggle to find the right words to describe your glorious self. There is no good enough word or sentence to encapsulate your sweet qualities, Gurudev, but please accept my little attempt at trying. Gurudev, from the time I was a little girl, I had the pleasure of always being able to see you, being fully absorbed in chanting and dancing in kirtan. I did not know much of what was happening at the time, but some 20 years later, I still witness the same vibrancy and love that you have always exuded in your service to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Gurudev, for your enthusiasm to serve is the most inspiring quality to me. Being born into Krishna consciousness, I have the tendency to sometimes take things for granted, but you, Srila Gurudev, have always been there to guide me and offer a helping hand when I needed it the most. How will I ever be able to understand the mercy that you shower onto someone like me? You have the power to fix my broken heart by a mere 3 words of my dearest Radhika, and the power to break my ego whenever I need it. In a mail some time ago, you once said to me, "There is no need to panic, just take the shelter of the Lord and you will be protected." Gurudev, those words that you have spoken to me are words that I carry in my heart every day. You so expertly understood my moment of anxiety, and with the utmost of care ensured that I remained calm, just as a loving father would do. Never have I ever seen such an act of love. But thank you, Srila Gurudev, for being my North Star, shining bright with the torchlight of knowledge. I would be lost without your guidance. Feeling an extra mood of separation, of not being able to physically participate in your Vyasa puja festivities, I felt inspired to write something that gave me an image of solace. My spiritual father. When you walk into a room, your orange cloth flows, leaving nectar drops behind, like seeds that I'd sow. Taking seed in the ashan, then it all starts. The best storyteller has come and captured my heart. The glories of Prabhupada and Krishna you speak. The dust of your lotus feet is all that I seek. Mercy, guidance, and care is what you've given to me, even though my very being is of the utmost unworthy. In your mood to serve Srila Prabhupada, I have learnt many things. Your trust and faith in this holy name is wonderfully unflinching. For being my torchlight of knowledge, I am ever grateful to you. For yanking me out of ignorance, who is the spiritual father that I would choose. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for your kindness to this fool. Please use me in your service as an instrument or tool. Thank you for your mercy, your association and care. Thank you for reminding me that Krishna is everywhere. Happy Vyasa Puja, Srila Gurudev, your aspiring and undeserving servant, Radhika.
Thank you so much, Radhika. Next we have Caitanya Charan from India. Prabhu, please would you unmute your mic for us? And after that, we'll be playing the video. Devotees, apologies for the confusion earlier. And Caitanya Charan's offering is on page 24. After the video, can you please ask that Nandarani gets ready to read her offering? Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. First, Her Grace Jagannath Devi Dasi will read our offering.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, today's our last puja.
Electronic speak. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami iti namani. Namami Bhakti Caitanyam Prabhupada Anu Sevanam Shri Rajadhanu Mahatmyan Darshikam Kripanam. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namani. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna, His Holiness Ram Govinda Maharaj, all the assembled Vaishnavas at Radha Temple and all those devotees who are online, please accept my humble pranams. I composed this offering on the disappearance day of Srila Rupa Goswami, so just to put in context. So I'm reading to you. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine self on this most blessed occasion of your Vyasa Puja. I am writing this offering to you from Sri Ram Mayapur on the most important occasion of the disappearance day of Srila Rupa Goswami. These two facts are very significant. Firstly, the fact that I can reside in Mayapur is only because my great good fortune has been created by your constant praise and blessings upon me. Secondly, Srila Rupa Goswami is a glorious previous acharya whose books form the basis for our guidance in Krishna consciousness. Hence, we consider ourselves Rupa Nugas, followers of Srila Rupa Goswami. His blessings are also readily available to those who seek them out through heartfelt prayers and sincerely following these teachings. The vital importance of these two aspects of the blessings of the spiritual masters and our sincere following of their teachers, Vani, has become crystal clear to me in the wake of this COVID-19 pandemic. This year 2020 has been riddled with difficulties, misfortunes, tests and trials. Difficulty in just managing to exist in the surreal circumstances created by the COVID-19 pandemic. The most difficult challenge is the lack of Vaishnava association, especially yours, Gurudev. But your Vani is my constant shelter, ever present and reassuring. Misfortune was tangibly felt with the departure of His Holiness, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. It is something that we will probably never fully recover from, but still, His Vani is there. We have been tested in the most extreme ways due to lack of interaction with Vaishnavas. At these times, the Vani of Srila Prabhupada and your regular live broadcasts on Facebook give us a strong support. Just to see and hear you allays my doubts and soothes my aching heart. The trials that face mankind are new but not surprising. We should be sober. You have set an excellent example by what you are focusing on in your Facebook sessions. Your regular postings on chanting japa, seminars, and Bhagavatam classes indicate where your heart lies in the refining your own practice of Krishna consciousness by practicing what you preach, whilst inspiring many devotees as possible to do the same. I am trying to do my part by regular Facebook posts and weekly classes, but whatever I accomplish is only by your grace, blessings, and empowerment. Actually, the whole COVID-19 catastrophe can be viewed as a massive opportunity, an opportunity to network with the existing Vaishnava community online and simultaneously to do some online outreach to newcomers and people who haven't even heard of Krishna. The possibilities are unlimited. So, on this blessed day, we remind ourselves that life is very short and totally unpredictable. We keep ourselves grounded in Guru consciousness by immersing ourselves in your Vani. In that way, we are always with you. Your servant, Caitanya Charan Das, along with Sumani Ladhu Devi Dasi and Bhakti Jagannath. Jagannath, you want to say something?
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Today is Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna. You will come to my person so that you come to our house, my house.
No,
And I will potato salad for you. I will put for the order. Stand the name and step the foot.
Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Guru Maharaj ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Caitanya Charan. Prabhu, how absolutely adorable your daughter is. She's extremely cute. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki. It feels so weird not having the temple room say it back to you. Please bear with me if I'm a bit weird about it. So next up we have the video by Subhananda Prabhu. So we'll just ask our lovely ladies, support ladies, Priya Kishori and Amrita Mani, to get that video ready for us in the meantime.
Dear Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Maharaj. Happy Vyasa Puja. Recently, a senior devotee, in his offering to Srila Prabhupada, mentioned that if we put the efforts of all the devotees together, that won't be able to compare to what Srila Prabhupada has done. We will never be able to fathom or compare what Srila Prabhupada has accomplished. However, Srila Prabhupada lives on in his books and instructions, as well as in his stalwart followers. His instructions and his sincere followers are endowed with the mercy, and therefore anything is possible. If we work cooperatively, co-jointly, we can outgrow the current status to bring forth and illuminate the vision of the previous acharyas. Srila Prabhupada's mission is everyone home back to Godhead. We are not yet in every town and village, but it will happen. Yes, we cannot surpass Srila Prabhupada because it is under his direction and mercy that ISKCON is moving forward under the care of his stalwart followers. You are one of his stalwart disciples and followers, and I consider myself most fortunate to be able to obtain your association, instructions, and mercy. I remember in 2012 going to my first mid-year meetings and walking to the various committees making observations. I came to the team building committee and sat on the floor and listened. I think it was in your room. As I observed, I could not help but look at your feet, swollen from the frequent traveling. I could appreciate the enormity of the struggle you undergo to please Srila Prabhupada. I am grateful to you, Maharaj, for all your wisdom and teaching me how to forge ahead for the pleasure of our seniors. Our entire family are students of your Bhakti Shastri classes. At 6 p.m. every weekday, everything else stops and we gather together and log on to what you endearingly refer to as Zoomland. The day's scuffles are shrugged off for the moment while we listen to your explanation on the nectar of devotion and Bhagavad Gita. Lockdown blues are shooed away by your classes and your voice. You are teaching us that even when the world is falling apart, we as aspiring devotees will always have Krishna consciousness. Maharaj, you are a lighthouse amidst the COVID-19 storm, and we will remain forever grateful to you for this. Thank you, Maharaj. Your servants, Subhananda Das, Indulekha Saki Devi Dasi, and Nimai.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Nandarani Mataji, if you're ready, you're next. If you can please unmute yourself. Your offering is on page 84. After that, we will have some devotees from Sri Sri Radhanath Temple, Jai Sachinandan Prabhu, Ram Vijay Prabhu, and yeah, those two devotees from Sri Sri Radhanath Temple. Thank you. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. And thank you very much, Srita Charan. His Holiness Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to the devotees. As a result of the lockdown, we have found ourselves in a situation that demands new levels of tolerance, patience, humility, forgiveness, and compassion. There are many times that we resist the growth, but it is unavoidable. We have had to grow as a family together. To this end, this year, we decided to write an offering as a family. We have not done this in a while, but we were inspired to do so as an act of unity and dedication. An act that we hope will please you, Guru Maharaj. It symbolizes and offers our relationships as a family in love and dedication at your lotus feet. The reason for this act is to acknowledge and declare how essential your support has been. From the beginning of our relationship, it continued through every phase of the development of our family. You have played such a role in many devotees' lives. Today, we would like you to know how much it means to us in our lives. Your personal involvement, your encouragement when we feel as though we have just had enough, your loving words to heal an unhappy heart, your objective responses when we stray into an emotional tangent, and your compassionate advice when our egos start to get ahead of us. The concept of family struck deeply, particularly during the departure of our mum, Bhakti and Angela. That's Krishna Balaram's mum. It happened very suddenly and took us totally by surprise. Although the relationship was born of a material affiliation, it morphed over the years into one of a spiritual connection, where her every day would be a day filled with devotional service. COVID-19 was certainly a blessing in disguise in this regard, as it brought us together chanting japa every day. We sat around a screen and chanted together with yourself. On the Thursday, before her passing away, she asked Krishna Balaram Das, "What time is japa?" This was already known because we did it every day. He went on to say, "We have to make sure we are on time for chanting with Guru Maharaj." This lightened our hearts at that point, to see how serious she was about chanting with you. Normally, she would just chant her rounds on her own, sitting outside. In her last days, however, she became attached to chanting with you. We are grateful for that, and we are grateful that you had such a deep impact on her life and her journey in Krishna consciousness. Another significant and heart-wrenching time that showed us the importance of family was the passing of His Holiness Srila Bhakti Swami Maharaj. Devotees bonded together, undertaking acts of service and prayer. A willingness to appeal to Lord Krishna and Srila Prabhupada in a united, integrated manner. We tangibly experienced the famous saying that Srila Prabhupada built a house in which the whole world can live. The disciples of Bhakti Swami were constantly reminded and supported by you of support, love, and care. Over the years, there is so much that has changed in our lives. From us being single and surrendering to you, us getting married and formulating new ways of connecting to you, having children, and again adapting our services to you. And now, as we mature out, again adapting to improved ways of serving you. Lots of change and adaptation. But you have always been that constant beacon shining to us, a steady and constant guide. Being in lockdown has been like, again, being full-time temple devotees. We get up in the mornings and chant with you and have a morning program. We serve the deities and Srila Prabhupada, cook and then offer. We go out and do our daily services. Well, we actually stay at home. And while doing that, meditating on things you said earlier in the day or the previous night. Later in the day, we again chant with you and then sit for an hour's class. We put the deities and Srila Prabhupada to rest and as a family read a chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam. It is only by your mercy. Thank you for taking time to be with us and give us your association. How our times of difficulty has become our treasures of eternity. Thank you, Srila Gurudev. Please always keep us as your servants and allow us to be surrendered with humility at your lotus feet. Your servants, Nandarani Devi Dasi, Krishna Balaram Das, Nitai Padadas, and Nimai Sundar Das. His Holiness Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you so much from the Maestri family for that beautiful offering that I think resonates with a lot of us on the reflecting part. Thank you so much. We'll now cross over to Shri Radharana Temple, where we'll have Jai Sachinandan Prabhu and Ram Vijay Prabhu read their offerings for Maharaj. After that, we'll have Rasamrita Mataji go. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnana-timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakramalitam Jaina Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Namahom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami Iti Namine. Namahom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Nisatarine. Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami is a dedicated, illustrious, innovative, surrendered, intelligent, noteworthy disciple of Srila Prabhupada, having taken shelter in the dust of his divine lotus feet. And Maharaj, you are the most confidential servitor of Srimati Radharani, Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Srila Prabhupada, and the disciplic succession. Most of the younger generation of devotees have not seen Srila Prabhupada, the founder Acharya, in his Vapu form. But one can only envision the character, the mercy, the selflessness, the purity, the magnanimity, the genius of Srila Prabhupada through the medium of his disciples and dedicated followers. Of those few who are present, you stand out as one of the icons of the present-day Hare Krishna movement. The last 6 months during the lockdown have been a revelation. You said in one Srimad Bhagavatam class that as a sannyasi, you had not stayed more than a few days at any place. But due to circumstances beyond your control, you were kind of locked down virtually. In that time, you embarked on an intensive preaching program, practically all over the world, from the confines of Sri Sri Radharanath Temple. Thanks to modern-day technology, your enthusiasm to use it and make it work successfully, working tirelessly, diligently following the morning program, giving amazing Srimad Bhagavatam daily classes, with such profound realizations. You are a true leader, inspiring us all through your exemplary behavior. Another statement you made that struck me deeply, when you said that we should go about our activities in devotional service as if it were our last days. That was a few days before His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami left this world. How profound was that? By your determined stance, you dispelled in us all the negativity, the doubts, the hysteria, the paranoia, the fear about this global pandemic. And we feel so safe and confident just being in your divine Sangha. All glories to your divine grace on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa puja. ISKCON Guru Vrinda ki jai. Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Can we please ask that Rasamita Mataji gets ready to read after Vijay Prabhu? Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana-timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to say a few words about His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami. Actually, Maharaj, you've been, now that I'm reflecting on it, one of the biggest influences in my spiritual life. I remember when I first came to Krishna consciousness, I came to the 10 campaign and I met His Holiness Parthasarathi Das Goswami. And then I moved to Johannesburg and I met you. And I actually thought that all devotees in ISKCON were like you and Parthasarathi Maharaj. So you can manage my disappointment when I got to know a few other devotees and realized that not everyone is actually like you. But it was a wonderful impression that was created from the beginning of my spiritual life. In my early days in Yeovil, the two things that stand out the most were those wonderful classes that you used to give, and also the strawberry halava. That smooth strawberry halava, which I have not tasted again since those days. So it was really amazing. I'm not sure, Maharaj, did you used to use a cookbook every time you cooked it? Still, no, you were just doing it from scratch. But it was really just phenomenal. And the other thing that struck me a lot, it was in Hillbrow sometime, and we had that car park at the side of the building, and you purchased a car at some point, a Honda Ballad or something like that. I don't know if you recall. You had a vehicle, and I had a vehicle of my own. I know many people who owned vehicles, but never did I see anyone do what you did. I saw you sitting on the passenger side of the car with the door open, reading the manual of the vehicle, which any vehicle owner will tell you nobody does. But I thought, this is how Pakka Maharaj is. Like, he really does everything properly by the book. So you were reading the vehicle manual. I thought that was amazing. And then one of the strongest impressions that we created, on me at least, was the time when we needed a temple president for Shri Shri Radha Radhanath. I happened to be in your room at that time. What Parthasarathi Maharaj mentioned this morning as the 4-in-1. And I saw you were already GBC, spiritual master, and such a world preacher, so highly respected. And there was nobody to take on the temple president service as Shri Shri Radha Radhanath. Also, if I recall correctly, it was quite a volatile time. It wasn't like a prestigious thing, because it was a very tough time in the yatra. So it meant you'll have to get your hands dirty. It meant your good name may get, muddied a little. But still, when the opportunity came, you just took it so dutifully, not considering what it meant for your own honor and everything else you had to do. And for me, that was a really huge impression it created, how you would just get into it and do whatever was needed for Srila Prabhupada. And through that volatile time and every other time I've seen you, you just remained that perfect gentleman, through whatever was thrown at you. I can't imagine you not being like that. I don't think anybody can or has seen you in any other way apart from that perfect gentleman, despite what others may have said to you or expressed to you in any way. And then more recently, those retreats that I was fortunate enough to attend at the Drakensberg were really, really phenomenal, I thought. It was such a wonderful devotee relationship building experience. And I learned so much from it. And I saw you apply very contemporary methods of educating and helping us learn whatever we needed to. I thought it was really amazing to see that done. And also another unique thing about those retreats, because I have attended many, many retreats, and depending on who the person is who's conducting it, one of the spiritual masters generally does it. And generally you always feel very welcome, but there's always that slight mood, if you're not a disciple of that spiritual master, where you feel a little bit like you're not really one of the group. You get to feel that. Even with my own spiritual master's retreats, I see others feel it, felt it, and I've attended many, but with those retreats I attended with you, your disciples were really so amazing that I, myself and other devotees who attended who were not your disciples, felt this was just amazing, how we felt totally at home and loved and welcome in that environment. So we really appreciated it. And of course, a lot of your disciples are our good friends. So we of course got the chance to bond with them and make new friends at those retreats. Also, I noticed that wherever I'm serving at Sri Sri Radha Radhanath, I think during the lockdown, 1/3 of the temple are your disciples. If I go to Pietermaritzburg, there's a lot of your disciples doing everything there. And when I go to the National Council, see a lot of your disciples doing a lot of the service in South Africa. So it's such a wonderful example that they've got from you, that they're taking on these responsibilities in ISKCON. And I feel very fortunate to have had their association, and especially your association, especially during this lockdown. It was really such a stabilizing experience to have you with us every day. Especially when my Guru Maharaj left. I mean, that was the support and love and care he showed us was amazing, and really kept us on track. It allowed us to stay focused and Krishna conscious through that. So thank you very, very much, Maharaj, for that and everything else you've done for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. So we're going to have Rasa Mita Mataji next, but before that, just a quick word from our admin team. Devotees, if you don't mind so much, if you have already read your offering, do you mind leaving the Zoom room and joining us on Facebook? It just helps admin identify devotees easier. It also helps them to find them quicker so that we can do the spotlight thing and all of that, if that's okay. Please, if you don't mind. So Rasamita Mataji, if you're there, you're next. Please unmute yourself.
Hare Krishna. Just before I delve into my offering, if you may, allow Jarikanda, Sevaki, my daughter, who would like to just very quickly say a few words. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Durga me pati me nidhasya shakalat tatagater muhu swakripa yastidhanena shantastav avalanganam. My path is very difficult. My feet are slipping again and again. Therefore may the saints help me by granting me the stick of their mercy as my support. A moment's association with the saint can ignite a flow of insurmountable grace. Each moment along this existential journey is carefully crafted by the master of all mystics, Sri Krishna. He stands as the all-powerful orator, carefully directing each moment. I look to the poetry of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. He speaks, "Make me dance, O Lord, make me dance as you like." There is complete surrender, Atmanivedana. My heart is then immediately drawn to your lotus feet, dearest Maharaj, as you have expertly surrendered your very self to the mission of your dear spiritual master in such an expert way. Shri Nityananda has opened the storehouse of love of God to everyone, making the nectarian wells of the holy name easy to grasp. You, Maharaj, are a divine custodian of this overflowing nectar, carrying it to so many fallen souls like myself. I often look back to a very fond childhood memory at Govardhan Puja, where you were Nanda Maharaj and I acted as Madhu Mangal. And you, my dear uncle, spoke such words of care and love as we journeyed on the foothills of Govardhan. And I look to this memory and it's so real for me because you are my dearmost uncle and I am so fortunate to be your niece. During the first 2 months of lockdown in this COVID pandemic, I was placed in the best moments of my life. My home was the Shri Shri Radharadhana temple and you were my family. During this time, I was able to be in the Transcendental Association Maharaj. You truly are a jewel amongst Vaishnavas. It is said that an acquiring of knowledge, practical knowledge, is so important. And observing your mannerisms, theory of this process became a beautifully manifest reality in the way in which you completely surrender yourself to their lordships. I look forward to serving you again and having our daily conversations just after meetings at the lotus feet of Shri Shri Radharadhana. The words of the Srimad Bhagavatam emulate within my heart in this moment. It is said, Shushusha Shadadanasya Vasudeva Katarichi It is described, O twice-born sages, by serving those devotees who are free from all ranges of vice, a standard of great service is done, and as a result of such great service, affinity for hearing the message of Vasudeva. Thank you for igniting a flame within my heart to want to try and become a better devotee, Maharaj. Just to end off, the words of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur again comes within my heart, as you are a divine seer of Shri Vrindavan Dham, and I know by your mercy I can grasp such grace. So he says, O Sharagrahi Vaishnav soul, thou art an angel fair, lead me on to Vrindavan and spirit's power declare. May rest my soul from matter free upon my lover's arms. Eternal peace and spirit's love are all my chanting charms. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for everything you've done for me throughout my life. I love you very much. Dear niece, Jayakanda Sevaki Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Pranami Bhakti Caitanya Prabhupada Savanam Shri Vajjana Mahatmya Pradarshika Kripanavam. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Dearest Srila Gurudev, the times, they say, are totally out of joint, and these times more so than any other time. William Shakespeare, the 16th century thespian and writer, shared his depth of vision for the world to read. And when I look around you, the entire world is held in this COVID-19 pandemic, which has forced us out of our existential comfort. And we have to step up and take on different personas. Now we have been literally masked, not to speak about putting on a mask, to create a different persona. When I reflect and ponder on the brilliance of your persona, my dearest Srila Gurudev, I see that you wear no mask. So we may ask, how is it that you transcend the culture of facade by wearing no mask? It is because your shining persona has cut the ropes that binds us to the modes of material nature, and your pure heart has severed that entrapment of the three folds of misery in this material world. His Holiness Bhakti Swami, during the many retreats we attended, would share with us the vision of drama that is used in the stories and pastimes of the Lord. He would tell us about the great epics which were written with very powerful characters, including the many heroes and the many villains. He would continue to tell us about the storyline, the suspense of belief on the part of the audience, building up to the climax of the story, the tension, the conflict, the resolution at the end, and finally the removal of our Dharma and the placement of Dharma, making Krishna's pastimes in the epic so exciting. When I reflect on this, dearest Srila Gurudev, similarly we see the pure devotee A.C. Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada was sent by the Lord himself to this material world, and his pastimes are like that of a perfect drama. He did not come alone. He was accompanied by his entourage. And you, dear Srila Gurudev, are one such player, a perfect participant in Srila Prabhupada's pastimes on this earthly plane. Let us delve a little bit into the role played by you. Srila Gurudev, in this epic pastime on this earthly plane, firstly, you are the perfect preacher. He who can delve into the pastimes of the Lord and share it with witty humor, wonderful impersonations of the stories, a very good storyteller, the perfect preacher who can learn actually a whole new language, Russian, to become the relevant communicator of Krishna's pastimes. Also, infamous Kitchery Club that you had over. Another persona, COVID has created a whole new thing in our lives, and you are both devotion, and now you are explaining yet philosophically on point. You know how to provide practical examples so that we can relate it to our own lives, and you make the teaching of the scriptures so easily accessible. But my favorite persona that you play in Srila Prabhupada's wonderful pastimes on this earth, Srila Gurudev, is that servant of Nam-Prabhu. Your display of being a perfect chanter. When my service does not clash, this is without truly precious, a sacred time spent between 4 a.m. online with you. It used to amaze me how you present yourself consistently and constantly, showing us that these qualities focus the path of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti. I also love it when you take time off your chanting to acknowledge us, showing your unlimited compassion and mercy. Because my time is short, I will just list some of the other personas that you play on this earthly plane. GBC executive member, preacher, many others which I cannot put my finger on right now. I'd like to conclude, Srila Gurudev, by saying, on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa puja, I know that the mercy is being churned and there's lots to be had. So I'm holding my hands out open to you and begging you to please send some of that wonderful mercy that you possess my way. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Next, we have Smita Krishna Prabhu. Prabhu, if you are online, if you can please unmute yourself. Thank you so much. After Smita Krishna Prabhu goes, we're going to ask that Mukunda Prabhu and Lalita could Mataji prepare themselves to go after Prabhu. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and to render an offering to His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj. Yes, Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I try to render my offering in the form of a poem, and I hope it pleases you. Your transcendental classes I have heard for many years. Words of wisdom that have allayed my fears, made me aware of my mind's illusion arising from my sensory collusion. For astute preaching you are renowned. Steady determination you have shown. Narrations with transcendental wit, expressions of intellect, swift, accepting service positions to effect Srila Prabhupada's legacy to protect. I have witnessed upper Siddhantic deviations corrected by your philosophical elucidations. Your annual Govardhan tour, sheer transcendental delight, will remain my calendar height. Glorious festivals with you beyond count, divine events, my life to surmount. In illness or health, your one-pointed goal, to serve Srila Prabhupada, your heart and soul. Absorbed you are in service incessantly, yet access you granted me readily. I fondly recall while others had some limitation, to your door you gave me open invitation. Once in hospital I was admitted. This fallen soul you visited. Reflexively I bowed forward in surprise. You affectionately told me not to rise. As these years have passed by, on Vaishnav Sangha is what I rely. Thus I deeply appreciate your recent call, my anxiety to alleviate. Although our own services we do not report, still you most magnanimously exhort. It appears that you always knew even what little for ISKCON that we do. Detached in your demeanor you may appear, yet your softness of heart is quite clear. Thus on this auspicious day, please forgive my foolish neglect, not serving you properly, a deep regret. May I therefore humbly beg the chance to always have your merciful glance. Your servant Smita Krishnadas. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for all that you have done for me. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Sita Sharan, Mataji, and the hosts. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. That was such a beautiful poem. Thank you so much. If Lalita Kud Mataji and Mukunda Prabhu are there, can you kindly unmute yourself? You're up next. After Lalita Kud and Mukunda read, we're going to ask that Namacharya Prabhu and Kishori Mataji please ready themselves to read next. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please accept this humble offering. My dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. Srila Prabhupada, through his causeless mercy, has allowed you, my dear Guru Maharaj, to manifest yourself to me in this form of boundless, fathomless, and unconditional mercy. I am most fortunate to have found shelter at your lotus feet, which undoubtedly is the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master. Attachment to your lotus feet is sweet and nourishing for my soul. This attachment will forever release me from bondage to these material surroundings. Your level of enthusiasm, love, and which will make, I'm sure. Thank you for everything, Guru Maharaj, and happy birthday. May you have another 70 blissful years in ISKCON and at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. I beg to remain your humble servant, Mukunda Das. Hare Krishna.
Dearest Guru Maharaj, kindly accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to your divine grace. Happy Appearance Day. I am truly grateful to Srila Prabhupada for the mercy of your presence on this earth. I was swimming the tsunami waves of material life under the dark veil of ignorance. Through your causeless mercy, you lifted that veil and accepted me as your disciple. Your lectures have always been a treasure house of mercy, challenging my material conceptions and inspiring me to become more serious in my life. Words cannot express my deepest gratitude for being a recipient of your causeless mercy. Amidst the chaos of today, you are shinily preaching and chanting the Lord's holy name on social media. People have become so attracted by your deep devotion and dedication to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. So many have joined the meditation mantra group and the lecture afterwards. The coronavirus has just one aim, its arrow to the lungs. Guru Maharaj, you are a golden rainbow in this torrential epidemic. You made this lockdown so special by aiming your arrow of love of Krishna right into our heart. Your ecstatic kirtan is so very inspiring. They radiate the bliss of devotion and show us how to love Krishna while crying out his name. You are so expert at Vaishnav dealings, knowing exactly what to say to your disciples and well-wishers, encouraging them with love and compassion. Dear Guru Maharaj, may you see 100 more golden autumns and continue your relentless preaching efforts to your very last breath. I humbly beg to remain your eternal daughter, Lalita Karan Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai. His Divine Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you so much, Lalichapan Mataji and Mukunda Prabhu. Next we have Namatara Prabhu and Madhukishori. Kindly unmute yourself. We're going to cross over to, I'm going to ask that Shamasunur Prabhu gets ready to read his offering after that. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. On this most auspicious day of your Vyasa puja, I want to thank you again for accepting me as your disciple. I feel blessed to be your disciple, although I am unworthy. This year will be remembered in history as the year of a pandemic which took the lives of thousands of people around the globe, and a very hopeless picture for many. I had a different type of experience. I found that my Krishna consciousness improved somewhat. I never had before so many japa sessions with you and listened to Srimad Bhagavatam lectures from your lotus lips. The seminars are so in-depth and professionally delivered, and now I have a better understanding of nectar of devotion. This year, for me so far, has been the greatest year spiritually. Sadly, our spiritual uncle, His Holiness Bhakti Swami, left us all of a sudden. Although Maharaj is still around in his Vani, but I still miss his darshan, especially his smiling face and warm embrace. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. If it was not for you, we would not have that relationship. I hope and pray that I have more of this close relationship with you so that my Krishna consciousness improves and I get closely attached to Krishna. You are my only hope to escape this material world, which is full of miseries and flickering happiness. I am praying to remain eternally as a speck of dust on your divine lotus feet. Your unworthy son, Namacharya Das. Hare Krishna. Srila Guru Dev Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna, dearest Guru Maharaj. Please accept my most humble obeisances in the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. Guru Maharaj, this year I have really a lot to be grateful and thankful for. I am truly indebted to your divine grace. You give us your kind and generous association through your causeless mercy. The japa sessions are what gets me out of bed quicker, even during the Gauteng cold winter mornings. Knowing I can switch on the TV and chant japa with my Gurudev is very inspiring. I am grateful for this. It makes all the difference to the materialistic working day ahead. Your morning classes are superb and so well explained, even I can follow. Gurudev, your evening classes are just perfect and like a dream come true. Previously, when we would attend Guru Maharaj's class at a program, it was like a total de-stressing experience and helped me forget about the day which I just had. I could focus on your class and have a spiritual experience and be with the wonderful devotees. Now we get that opportunity daily. I do miss the association of the devotees a lot during this lockdown, and I miss darshan of their lordships and of you, Srila Gurudev. You give us fallen souls all your time, even in preparing for the classes. I cannot imagine what has to happen in the background, and you do all this just out of your mercy. I always admire your intelligence, and I cannot relate to how you can remember and quote from so many books and sources. This is beyond my understanding, including all your technical knowledge and equipment involved and to so seamlessly be managed. You have so many more important duties and meetings and correspondence to also attend to daily. Yet, you still make time for us. It is amazing how you spend all your time in the service of Srimati Radharani, Lord Krishna, and Srila Prabhupada. You don't let your health slow you down. I feel really sad that you have that difficulty. It feels unfair because you're such a perfect and pure devotee. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for your support and guidance earlier this year when I lost my family members. I really appreciate and treasure your kind messages. Gurudev, I beg for your mercy on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. I also beg for your blessings to help me chant my rounds more attentively. Then maybe Krishna will want to take me back to Godhead. Haribol, your most insignificant daughter, Kishori Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much, me. Maharaj. Not sure if he's on Zoom. Prabhu, if you are, please unmute your mic and go for it. My colleagues are advising me that he has dropped off the Zoom call. So, if that is the case, please excuse me 1 second. If that's the case, we will move on to our list. And do we have Radhacharan Das from Cape Town on Zoom? If you are on Zoom, please just unmute your mic. I'm just going to go through the list. Sorry, we're just having a little bit of a technical. The next four that on the list. I'm not going to go through. Next, we have Lokanath Prabhu from Johannesburg. If you are on Zoom, please click. Oh, in the meantime, I dropped off. Oh God, I dropped off.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. We would like to ask Mother Malika to share her offering, and then we will advise of the devotees who will go after that. Thank you very much. It seems like Sita Charan has dropped off Zoom, but she will be back shortly. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami iti namine Pancha Kalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhya Evacha Patitinam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna Maharaj. I'm just trying to recall when I first actually met you. I actually saw you in Cato Ridge when I came there for some holidays during the school period. I didn't actually have I don't really have any darshan or didn't really speak with you at that time. But I do know later on we did come with busloads to Cato Ridge, and that you were also acting as temple president there, I think, in Cato Ridge. And I clearly remember you cooking also the Sunday feast, and also heading up the Sunday feast, and also giving the class after that to us, to the busloads of people that were coming to Cato Ridge. Yes, Maharaj, when I think of you and I think of this beautiful temple here, Sri Sri Radharanath, I just think of two pillars, very beautiful pillars in this temple that stands out every day in my mind, and that's Your Holiness Maharaj, and also His Holiness Parthasarati Das Goswami Maharaj. I also clearly remember when I was very young that you would also go out even with Shambhala Prabhu, also collecting funds for this temple and working very hard, selling paintings also to build this temple. And later on when the temple opened, you personally served Sri Sri Radharanath by cooking their offerings, and you were very happily engaged in that service in the beautiful association of Bimal Prasad Prabhu and Mother Jayasta and Nanda Kumar Prabhu and so many other older devotees that were here at that time. And as I mentioned previously, I think in one of your Vyasa Puja offerings, that I'm sometimes a little afraid to even cook for you because you have such a Brahmanical tongue. You can taste every spice in the preparation that's made. So, being an excellent cook, I guess you could figure out the spices that are actually used in those preparations. Maharaj, I was just trying to remember in your talk in Bhakti Charo Maharaj's third day, disappearance day talk, you did mention towards the end of the talk that after Bhakti Charo Maharaj had left, so what do we do now after Maharaj has left? And then you further indicated about how Srila Prabhupada had given instructions on how ISKCON should move on. And when I think about that, I feel so confident that you've been such a perfect example serving in the separation of Srila Prabhupada. I noticed that even if you're alone in the temple room chanting your japa, or if there's 4 or 5 devotees that are here, that you are giving class, even if it meant that you were leading kirtan, if there were just 3 devotees in the temple room, you sustained yourself very well in Krishna consciousness, and that gives me a lot of strength, and it shows your confidence in Srila Prabhupada's words that the Vani is there and one has to actually absorb in following those instructions. In this part of this coronavirus pandemic, we're very fortunate and we're very grateful to have your wonderful association, and I feel that your mood of generosity, your mood of care, and your mood of concern comes out almost every day. You're always encouraging the devotees, and you're kind of like spiritually nourishing them also during this lockdown. If it means personally speaking to each person to ask them how they are or how they feel, you would do that, and I think that means a lot. That makes the person feel very special, and it also makes you feel very special to us. In your mood of your generosity, I feel you're very giving. After today, if it goes back to the years of you collecting funds for this temple, I think your mood of still giving some financial help is still there right until this very day. And I can see your detachment of wanting to offer and surrendering everything to Srila Prabhupada and to Sri Sri Radharanath. I'm always very happy when you come back from traveling, because I do know that Sri Sri Radharanath is very dear to you, and they're always in your heart, and we're always very happy to have you back home after your traveling. I pray to Sri Sri Radharanath and I pray to Srila Prabhupada to give you a long life so that we can have some of Srila Prabhupada's gems around to actually encourage us, because so many of Srila Prabhupada's disciples are leaving this planet, and it kind of gets a little worrying sometimes because we're always in anxiety about our spiritual lives and how this preaching will continue in ISKCON. So on many levels, we do want some of Srila Prabhupada's disciples to stay on so that we can push Srila Prabhupada's movement and help the thousands of people out there who's actually suffering and needs to chant the holy name. So Maharaj, on this day I pray and I beg your mercy that you please continue to shower upon all of us. And thank you very much for this gracious association that you've given us during this lockdown. And I do remember also, I think my house program was the last program that we had before the lockdown, and you mentioned that you liked it. It was a nice program, but I didn't know, like a week or two after that, we'd be back at the temple. And definitely it's Krishna's plans that you're here, because you could have been anywhere, in any other part of the world. But I think because you're so dear to Shri Radharanath that you are here with us today, and we deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mother Malika. Shramasundar Prabhu is apparently back on Zoom. Prabhu, if you are, please can we ask you to read your offering next? After that, we'll cross back over to Shri Shri Radharanath Temple, where we'll have Haripriya Mataji, Nikunja Seva Mataji, and Ananta Shesh Prabhu, Himalata Mataji, and Karunamaya Mataji to read the offerings. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, devotees. I'd like to now read my offering to Shri Gurudev. Namami Bhakti Caitanya Prabhupada Nusevanam Shri Vrajadana Shri Vrajadana Matmya Padakshakam Kripanavam. Offer my humble obeisances unto Srila Bhakti Caitanya Swami, an ocean of mercy who faithfully serves Srila Prabhupada and reveals the greatness of the treasure of Sri Vraja, Sri Sri Radha Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimari Bhakti Caitanya Swami Niti Namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Vastatya Satarine. Dear Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances and prostrated obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to your divine services, to his divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Rupa Goswami utters this very interesting verse in one of his famous works. Kveyam sabha gunavati bata mugda rupa Kveham jitosmi guru na guru gauravena Adya mamadya saranam gatanam datotsavasya karuna karunanasvaya. Who is this audience? The people in this audience are filled with all good qualities. Who am I? I am foolish Rupa Goswami. I am awed by this exalted audience. Today I take shelter of they who have taken shelter of Lord Krishna. Today I pray for the mercy of He who is an ocean of mercy and a festival of transcendental bliss. Today I again feel the bliss of being in the association of those that have also taken shelter of our dearest Srila Gurudev, who has taken shelter of Lord Krishna. Srila Rupa Goswami utters another very interesting verse in one of his famous works. Urastad avalokya hantabo Krishna padara vinda bringa prasadam vidadata bhavad vidanam eva kripabalam banatra nirantankam udyatosmi. Glancing at the audience before him, O devotees, like bumblebees in the lotus flower of Lord Krishna's feet, please give your mercy to me. By resting on the mercy of great souls such as yourselves, I shall become free of all fear. I pray for the mercy of the venerable Vaishnavas present that I too can also start the worship of Lord Krishna, but first being situated like a bumblebee at the lotus feet of my spiritual master to remove all fear from me so that I can through Rimanjana Churita Bhakti Vilochanena Chantasadeva Hridayeshu Vilokayanti also experience the song of the bee in chasing after Yamsham Sundram Achintya Guna Svarupam. So what is in a name? Only my spiritual master understands these intricacies. I am only following my spiritual master. Tandarena Charena Seva Bhakta Sanivas Janma Janme Ho Eya Vilas. So why do I follow my spiritual master? Srila Rupa Goswami also utters this interesting verse in one of his famous works. Yata Shanta Shriya Parama Bhagavata Samantad Dvaigunya Punjam Api Sadgunatam Nayanti Doshavarim Apari Prapataya Meduni Jyotin Si Vishnu Padaban Ivibhushayanti. Great devotees are peaceful and filled with spiritual opulences. They double others' virtues and are cool to others' faults. They are softly shining, cooling stars that decorate the evening sky of Lord Vishnu's feet. So that is why I follow my spiritual master. Dearest Srila Gurudev, I do not know you. I only know that when all my dreams about initiation were coming, and when I was losing interest in Krishna consciousness due to the many devotee and guru fall downs taking place around me, and when Krishna tested my intelligence in going an hour earlier, when I was going an hour earlier for Mangal Artik at the Yoval Center, for me to find you then awake at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, dedicatedly chanting Hare Krishna, I realized then that to find you awake at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, dedicatedly chanting Hare Krishna, I realized that there are those that are actually living the standards of Srila Prabhupada, that Srila Prabhupada actually a day or two after you had in a class mentioned the two parrots, Daksha and Vitakshana, and how the two parrots arrived in the morning at my home, and from the bottom of the garden beyond the pool walked up to my house, and Gopika and Baladev, my two kids, fed and played with them for most of the day until they flew away. I remember on a few occasions when you visited our home, how interestingly big bumblebees even followed you into our temple room when you took darshan of Lord Jagannath. I and my family consider ourselves very, very fortunate to have always had the opportunity to serve you as you traveled around all the ISKCON centers, especially in Gauteng and surrounding areas, dedicatedly serving Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. You displayed such great humility, love, respect, and leadership in harnessing the yatras in South Africa and around the world in glorifying Srila Bhakti Swami on his departure. Your leadership was exemplary and very humbling to the ISKCON universe. And yet, all the above services over the last many months was done during a period when you were supposed to be recovering from serious illness. Krishna has indeed blessed us with an extraordinary servant of Srila Prabhupada, who puts devotional service first.
you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Maharaj. Yes, I do. Before I start my offering, I have a quick message from Sandini in Dublin. She says, please accept my humble obeisances, Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to your holiness. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa puja, I would like to express my sincere, heartfelt gratitude for the immense influence you've had on my spiritual life. From the time I was a little girl, you engaged me in acting out the pastimes of the Lord on your very famous parikram of Govardhan Hill during our Govardhan Puja celebrations. Govardhan Puja is my absolute favorite festival simply because of your dramatic and entertaining iterations of Krishna's pastimes. Because of your mercy, I was able to develop a little attraction to the pastimes of the Lord. Now, even though I'm living halfway across the world, you've engaging me in the study of Bhakti Shastri. You have made yourself so available to the devotees who are far away from you that I am in awe of your grace and kindness. Through receiving your virtual association almost every day, I have been able to absorb myself more in this process of Krishna consciousness, and I've developed a deep sense of commitment to my japa. Maharaj, please continue to shower me and my family with your grace, and please protect and shelter us on our path to becoming Krishna conscious, aspiring to be your servant, Sandini Shakti. Okay. So I was thinking, Maharaj, many people start off their Vyasa Puja offerings by saying when and how they first met you. And for me, I don't know a time when I did not know you. My early Krishna conscious experiences had 3 stalwart heroes: His Holiness Parthasarati Das Goswami Maharaj, Yasoda Vatsala Prabhu, and you, dear Guru Maharaj. I vividly remember your warm and caring demeanor. Some of my most wonderful memories is running around with all my other 7 or 8-year-old friends during our weekend stayovers in Caitanya. We had 5 people in my family, my parents and 2 siblings. There was little or practically no guest accommodation as far as I remember. So you would kindly move out of your temple president room to allow my family to move in, even if it was just for the weekend. It must have been so inconvenient for you to pack and unpack everything in your room for just 2 days. I remember on one occasion, I found a tub of Vicks Vapor Rub on the windowsill, and my little self was so excited thinking that, you are a normal person just like us. My brother was a little over 3 years by then, and he always made sure that the evening milk offering was sent to our room. Over the years, even though I've had little opportunity to serve you, you have managed to leave little droplets of mercy throughout my life. In 1999, Ramji and I bought our first house. We had a housewarming program and invited over 100 of our family and neighbors. Whoever attended was so overwhelmed with your lecture, and to this day, they remember Krishna consciousness so fondly. At the dinner that night, you told me that I should cook for the deities. I'm embarrassed to say that it's taken me 21 years to cook for the deities. I'm sorry, Maharaj, for taking so long to listen to your instruction. Over the past 5 months, every time you walk past the deity kitchen, you always pop by and say a few words of encouragement. You kindly comment and offer suggestions of improving, like adding more butter and water to the halwa, or the difference between paneer and chenna. Another one of my favorite memories is helping you edit the Govardhan book. It was really difficult offering you suggested changes to your text, but you were so gracious and always appreciated my suggestions. I have attended, I think, almost every retreat you've had in
Apologies, we appear to have a little bit of a problem with ISKCON Durban's Zoom, which is trying to switch over to another user in the temple. Please give us a few seconds. Hare Krishna.
Hari Priya Mataji, you appear to be back on.
Okay, thank you. I have
Thank
attended
you. Sorry about
almost
that.
every retreat you've had in the Drakensberg. My family and I are always excited to hear from you and just to be in your presence. We also thoroughly enjoy and appreciate the association of your disciples. They are warm and caring just like you, Maharaj. At one of the retreats, you told Ramji and I to take care of the Grihastas in our community. So late last year, we did the training with Uttama and Partha Prabhus from Canada. We are now ready to assist with premarital education and general Grihasta training. And again, your encouragement and support remains constant in our lives. The countrywide lockdown in South Africa has had devastating effects on the economy and the devotees who serve at the temple. After many years, they now find themselves in tears from deep separation from their services. I fortunately can say that I am on the opposite end of the continuum. I have gone from doing minimal deity service to serving constantly every single day. It's been so blissful that it's hard to imagine what life must be like outside the protection of the temple. We have stayed at the temple for this long because of your constant encouragement. I am in awe of how you have made yourself completely available to all of us living at the temple and also to everyone living outside. We are now in day 143 of the lockdown, and you have had online japa sessions for every one of those days, actually twice a day. So it's approximately 286 japa sessions, all lasting 1 to 2 hours. Everyone is so grateful to you for giving yourself to all of us and for keeping us spiritually sustained. Finally, I must mention that I'm once again fatherless. It's been a very difficult few weeks losing my spiritual master, His Holiness Bhakti Swami. But I have felt solace with you crying beside all of us. I really appreciate you phoning Rambajay and I to let us know that Maharaj had left and not letting us find out via a WhatsApp message. It was kind and thoughtful of you, Maharaj. You mentioned in a letter to us disciples, we will do anything we can to help you deal with this great challenge. So I've been thinking that if it's not too much trouble, will you please take care of me? I feel a little abandoned. Maybe it's because I constantly lose my fathers. I know I am unworthy of your care, and all I can offer you is my love, dear Maharaj, and my devotion to Srila Prabhupada. I know you have always been there for me, as I mentioned above. I just need to feel your fatherly love as I try very hard to remain fixed in my spiritual journey, begging to be under the shelter of your lotus feet, your undeserving servant. Hare.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Iti Namine. Hare Krishna Maharaj. I'm very grateful to have your association. Also on Friday, Swarup Damodar Prabhu also mentioned, what would we have done if you weren't here during the lockdown? I'm really appreciating your classes. I mean, I followed the Nectar of Devotion, now I'm following the Bhagavad Gita classes. I also relished a lot when I was in Cape Town in '97. I mentioned this in your previous Vyasa Puja offering also. You would make a sacrifice every year during the December marathon to spend time with us and encourage us and coach us to do like quotas. 100 books a day keeps Maya away, and I feel very fortunate and blessed because you really inspired us, and I never thought I would ever do 100 books a day. But by your mercy, Maharaj, you really motivated all of us in trying to do that, to please you, and by pleasing you, we could please your Prabhupada. And also, Your Govardhan parikrams are so blissful. I did one with you in '97. That was my first Govardhan parikram. And that was so amazing because we had to be right behind you so we don't get left behind. And to catch on to hear all the different pastimes that took place at each place that you stopped and spoke about the different pastimes that took place. Also now here, the Govardhan puja is so relishable. I think 1 or 2 years you weren't here and we really missed your association because you really take us around Govardhan Hill and it's so relishable because we know the different places in the pastimes and you really enhance us and make us feel we're actually at that spot wherever we're going around the hill. And now also, I really wanted to be at Govardhan and it's so easily available on the YouTube, your Govardhan Parikram. It's not the whole thing, but it's part of it that I would go in and go on Parikram with you to certain places. So I'm very grateful for your association, Maharaj, and I pray that on this auspicious day that you can please help me in my spiritual life and I can go forward. And if there's anything that I've done, knowingly or unknowingly, to offend you, I pray that you can find it in your heart to please forgive me. Thank you so much for your association. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to Srila Bhakti Caitanya Maharaj, Krishna.
Thank you so much. Next we'll have Ananta shares. Also come to Shri Radha Radna.
Om Gyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Srila Gurudev, it is said if Krishna wants you to surrender, he will take everything you have away from you. In simpler terms, if he wants to take something from you, your two hands can't defend against him. In reverse, if Krishna wants to give you something, your two hands are not enough to receive it. Considering this point, Srila Gurudev, I remember in many previous Vyasa puja offerings in the past years by my God brothers and sisters and your well-wishers, one, few and many have expressed their desire to see you more in South Africa in order to get more of your association. Your senior disciples have tried to fulfill our desire for your association through the Vaishnava Sangha retreats. But Srila Gurudev, 4 days isn't enough. This year, Krishna has really fulfilled our desire to get you here in South Africa for a longer period of time. In fact, those 4 days has turned to 4 months and it's still ongoing. Srila Gurudev, when Krishna fulfilled our desire, he has really gone overboard this time. The whole world had to be brought to a standstill. Just on this point, as a sannyasi, you must travel, but to make you, a great transcendental personality, stop, Krishna has caused the entire globe to become dysfunctional. This shows us as your disciples how much power is required to make you stay in one place. In conclusion, Srila Gurudev, I pray that I can continuously remain in your service and get your direction. Your servant, Ananta Seshadas.
His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Next we'll have Hemlata and then Karunaman, and her offering is on page 62.
Om Gyanadimirandasya Kananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master, who has opened my eyes which were blinded by the darkness of ignorance with the torchlight of knowledge. Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. In Guru Astakam, also referred to as samsara prayers, although in fact they are rather anti-samsara prayers, for spiritual master delivers us from this materialistic existence. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, one who with great care and alteration loudly recites this beautiful prayer to the spiritual master during the Brahma Muhurta obtains direct service to Krishna, the Lord of Vrindavan, at the time of his death. I feel extraordinarily lucky I get to serve Sri Sri Radharanath by your mercy. The service is calm haven in the middle of uncertainties and anxieties of life. They give feeling of massive continuity, something that is bigger than any one person. They will be here long after I'm gone, inspiring others. It gives me great solace, this feeling of timelessness that Sri Sri Radharanath evoke, the love and devotion they inspire, and most of all, the sense of service to them is perpetual. This is a tiny glimpse for me to what being situated in one's natural state in eternal service might be like. And it's uncomparable to anything else. I could not be more grateful. There is no bigger gift, undeserved as it is. And this little quote from Madhya Lila, from CC. In other words, the spiritual master awakens the sleeping living entity to its original consciousness so that he can worship Lord Vishnu. This is the purpose of Diksha or initiation. Initiation means receiving the pure knowledge of spiritual consciousness. Your servant, Hemalata Dasi.
Haranamai Mataji, you're up next. And after that, we'll have Rasaraj Prabhu, I believe also from Sri Sri Radharanath Temple. After Rasaraj Prabhu, can we please ask that Lokanath Prabhu prepares himself to read his offering, which is on page 71. Thank you, Haranamai Jai.
Dear Sri Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Sri Prabhupada. All glories to your divine lotus feet. This has been a difficult year for all of us. This whole corona situation has turned our lives upside down. I know this is ultimately Krishna pushing us to surrender more and give up our material attachments. Just prior to hearing news about Bhakti Char Maharaj, I also was going through my own challenge with the big corona. Talking about leaving your family and realizing that it is totally different. Indeed, on one hand, I was not ready to leave, but on the other hand, I wish that I could have swapped places with Bhakti Char Maharaj. Losing him has been an eye-opening and soul-shattering experience. His passing has made me reflect, and I have come to the realization that I am very attached to your personal association, and I do not want to think of ever not having it. The fear of not being able to serve you and not having your guidance, love, and support is something that is unbearable. In the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Chapter 28, the disappearance of the spiritual master and how the disciple should serve even in separation is discussed. Prabhupada explained that the disciple and the spiritual master are never separated, because the spiritual master always keeps company with the disciple, as long as the disciple follows strictly the instructions of the spiritual master. This is called the association of Vani, word. Physical presence is called Vapu. As long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master. And when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing,
the disciple should serve the instructions of the spiritual master. The instruction, quote, as long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master, and when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing, the disciple should serve the instructions of the spiritual master, unquote, seems simple enough. But like almost all of Srila Prabhupada's instructions, to follow it properly requires deep faith, surrender, and realization. Srila Gurudev, I don't have any of these qualities. I am really attached to your Vapu, Srila Gurudev, and beg you to allow us to serve you physically for as long as possible. We all need you here with us. Serving in separation, serving without the association of the devotees, and without having darshan of the Lord has been emotionally draining. Not seeing family does not bother me, but not having sadhu sangha is so much harder. All this makes me realize how neophyte I am. I constantly rely on physical association, and this is a big anartha of mine. You have made all of this a lot more bearable by taking so much of your time to give class so often, and we are especially fortunate that you have agreed to conduct the online Bhakti Shastri program. We get to hear and see you more often than we previously could, and I think that somehow we need to continue live streaming your classes wherever you may go. I know how much of your time and effort it takes to plan this, and most people will not take on such a mammoth task. I am not surprised though, as your dedication to preaching and Sankirtan is unwavering, even when there are physical barriers to your preaching. You have thought of this novel way to address this and continue spreading the holy name, inspiring thousands to read and study Srila Prabhupada's books seriously. I know despite your health challenges, you still soldier on, and I'm sure Prabhupada is smiling, knowing that he has you in his army. On this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa puja, I wish you a happy birthday, Gurudev, and pray for you to be able to celebrate many more with us. I pray someday to have the dedication and intelligence to carry out Srila Prabhupada's and your instructions. I pray that someday you will be proud to say, yes, she is my disciple, and I am pleased with her. Thank you, Gurudev, for all your love and care, for tolerating this fallen soul, for giving me shelter and accepting me despite my fault as your daughter. Your fallen daughter, Karnamaya Devidas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karunamai. That was a very heart-stirring offering. Next we have Rasaraj Prabhu, and then after Rasaraj, Loknath Prabhu, who is on page 71. Hare Krishna.
Dear Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj, Hare Krishna and Hari Bol. Kindly accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada for sending you to us. All glories to you for your selfless service to Srila Prabhupada ISKCON. We wish you a very transcendental happy birthday, Vyasa Puja. May you always remain eternally engaged in the service of Srila Prabhupada and Radha Krishna. In all these years that I know you, you are always and still always fixed, steady, enthusiastic in your preaching of Krishna consciousness, always eager and ready to accept a program or a festival invite. Irrespective from wherever you are, which place you are in the world, you are ready to adjust your personal program just to satisfy the host and travel and preach, even if it meant for a day. Example, you would sacrifice Govardhan Parikram in Vrindavan to come to Durban to conduct Govardhan Puja and go back. This is really amazing. You always sacrifice your good health and give importance to preaching. I remember the story you gave in the very early days at Sri Sri Radharabhanath, when you had a toothache. By the instruction of Srila Giriraj Swami, you still went out on Sankirtan. Without fail, you are always present at the full morning program from Mangal Arati to Guru Puja, culminating in Bhagavad Gita or CC class. It is such an inspiration to have you with us, and more important, to chant the holy name in your association. Please pardon me as I observe virtually from a home and try to join in. More recently from the lockdown period, you proved to be so full of energy and enthusiasm, again sacrificing your health to give us your daily precious time and most valuable, and must say very well thought about research realization from Sri Upanishad, the demons of Vrindavan, nectar of devotion, and now Bhagavad Gita. We are indeed and cannot imagine how fortunate we are to receive such nectar from your lotus-like lips in this very lifetime. We would remain eternally indebted to you for giving us such transcendental association. We thank you, dear Guru Maharaj, for being so kind, compassionate, merciful, and inspirational at every step to us for our advancement in Krishna consciousness. We pray that we may remain eternally indebted to your divine grace for giving us all so much in the abundance of spiritual wealth. Your ever-trying servants, Rasaraj Das and Atmaya Priya, Devidasi. Dandavad Pranams. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Loknath Prabhu, kindly unmute yourself if you're ready. We will ask that Dwarkesh Prabhu, Rukmini Mataji, and our latest god brother, Ainda Caitanya, please prepare themselves to read the offering after Loknath Prabhu. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, and thank you very much for this opportunity to worship you today. I'd also like to thank the team who have made wonderful arrangements. Specifically, I'd just like to also thank Arjuna Prabhu and Devadeva Prabhus who dried your feet so very nicely after the Abhishek. It was very satisfying and very soothing to my heart to see your feet being dried so nicely in between each other. I'll now read my offering. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Mate Bhakti Caitanya Swaminiti Namine Namami Bhakti Caitanyam Prabhupada Sevinam Shivajadana Mahatmya Darakam Kriparnam. Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your transcendental service at his lotus feet. All glories to you, dear Guru Maharaj. In this time of lockdown, you have shown us that you are dependable, no matter what may come our way. As soon as the lockdown started, you started classes and japa programs. It was very difficult for me to deal with the lockdown initially, in terms of my freedom being taken away. And your association was an immediate safety net for me. The timing was also perfect in the sense that I was able to give you my attention and circumstances. In fact, this program that started at the beginning of Lan uplifted my spiritual life immensely to a higher place than I had been before the lockdown. This is your transcendental expertise in propagating Krishna consciousness and caring for your disciples and the devotees to benefit us and the devotees and help us all come closer to Krishna. As Srila Narottam Das Thakur sings, Vedegaya Haracharito. The Vedic scriptures sing the character of the spiritual master. Your character is glorious, Guru Maharaj. I get very distracted and disturbed by material circumstances. You are fixed in serving Srila Prabhupada and Krishna under all circumstances. You are my rock. Your association is a blessing. Your instructions are infallible. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Shikshastikam 3, Kirtanya Sahari. In a humble state of mind, one can chant the holy name Lord constantly. When I was trying to understand how to be humble constantly, you explained that humility means to do one's duty, one's service, without reservation, without hesitation. One needs to serve constantly, and so I aspire to remember you constantly, because I can only serve Krishna and his devotees by serving you. Please bless me that the quality of my service can be enthusiastic, selfless, confident, full of certainty and resolve. Srila Prabhupada says in the purport to Caitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela, chapter 1, text 35, quote, the service of the spiritual master is essential. If there is no chance to serve the spiritual master directly, a devotee should serve him by remembering his instructions. There is no difference between the spiritual master's instructions and the spiritual master himself. In his absence, therefore, his words of direction should be the pride of the disciple. Unquote. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, quote, my spiritual master's instructions are my sadhana and my life in the beginning stage of Bhakti, as well as in Bhakti's perfectional stage. Unquote. On this auspicious occasion, I pray that I may remember you within my heart always. Throughout the day, I pray I come to the point where all the activities in my life service to you, that I do other activities. I aspire to have the presence of mind and Krishna consciousness, to see you in every area of life, in everything I do. Srila Narottam Das Thakur sings about the relationship spiritual master. Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttamagati. Attached to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. As His Holiness Bhakti Maharaj would often say, give this one love to Krishna. I pray that I can do this by mercy and for your pleasure. Your humble eternal servant, Lokanath Das. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Lokanath Prabhu. Can we please ask that Dwarkadish Prabhu and Krishna Chandra unmute their mic on their side and be ready to hear from here? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman, Guru Kripa Bine Nahi Koi Sadhana Bha, Bhaja Mane Bhaja Anukshana. O mind, just worship the lotus feet of the bona fide spiritual master. Without receiving the mercy of the pure devotee, one will not have the potency to execute regulative spiritual practices. Therefore, O my dear mind, I urge you to worship him. Please worship him at every moment. This year has been one of growth and connection to your divine association and instructions, especially in the last few months. We recollect the wonders of your powerful yet gentle preaching. You patiently attract the attention of so many inquisitive minds to Krishna. While we struggle to balance our lives, you show us how to make service the goal of our life. You have often mentioned how service to the devotees is a secret to spiritual progress. Gurudev, your contribution most recently through online preaching to the youth from across continents and all walks of life is commendable. We live in an era of confusion, and this preaching stands out as a beacon of hope and guidance. May we serve your divine instruction with all sincerity and please you. We pray to Krishna that may he remove all obstacles in your path and bless you with good health. May we remain under your divine shelter eternally. Your grateful servants, Dwarkadish Das and Rukmini Priya Devi Das. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Thank you so much. Indra Caitanya, just give me 1 second, sorry. Can we just ask Nityananda Pran to get ready to read after Indra Caitanya? Thank you so much. Love saying Indra Caitanya. Please go ahead and read your offering, Indra Caitanya.
Namo Om Vishnupadaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami iti namine. Namami Bhakti Chaitanyam Prabhupada Sevanam Sri Vrajadana Mahatmya Padashakam Kripanavam. My dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you. During these unprecedented times, I find myself thinking of the many moments I was fortunate to receive your association. They are simply inconceivable. I cherish those moments and hope to render some service to you in person when Krishna allows us. I often find myself thinking of all the great service you have rendered to Srila Prabhupada and his movement. We have seen you tirelessly preaching his glories in all parts of the world. You have also served countless Vaishnavas within the movement at great expense of your personal time and health. You continue to do so without any intention of stopping. Whenever I think of you, I immediately feel that you are definitely a Prabhupada man. I thank you for always inspiring me and engaging me, and I hope to humbly follow in your footsteps. Srila Prabhupada said the following in a lecture on the Srimad Bhagavatam in Vrindavan on the 5th of August 1975. Through the mercy of spiritual, Guru Krishna Kripa, there must be mercy, both of them, Guru and Krishna. Without Guru's Kripa, one cannot reach Krishna, and without Krishna Kripa, one cannot get a bona fide spiritual master. This is correlative terms, unquote. I try to constantly meditate on this. I realize that without your mercy, I am nothing. I pray to always be engaged in your service and to spread Srila Prabhupada's movement. Lastly, I would like to thank you for revealing the Dham to us. Last year, when I had the good fortune to be with you in Vrindavan Dham, I realized that the holy places are revealed to the struggling conditioned souls like me only through the mercy of the pure devotee of the Lord. We see you have such a deep love for the Dham, and you have shared it with thousands of devotees through your videos and books. I am truly grateful for all that you have done. In your Vyasa puja offering to Srila Prabhupada last year, you wrote, in great humility, Jiva Goswami then talks of himself. A Jiva gradually growing old in Vrindavan tells his mind, fool, now you are close to death. Drink this nectar I give you. O mind, as you drink this nectar, think of yourself as being in Gokul, and think of the loving service you wish to offer the Lord. May the Gopa Prince Krishna, who makes the devotees blossom with happiness and who is the auspiciousness of all the worlds and the gopis, beloved, protect us, end quote. We are struggling through old age ourselves and are praying for the protection of our Acharya is requesting. By your grace, Srila Prabhupada, it may be possible for us to receive it. We prostrate ourselves at your lotus feet, end quote. In the same way, I'm constantly praying for your protection and well-being. I hope to constantly be engaged in your service to Sri Sri Radha Shyamsundar and Srila Prabhupada. Your humble servant, Ayendra Caitanya. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Ayendra Chaitanya Prabhu. So after Nityananda Pran, we ask that Radhashram please get ready to read his offering. And then after that, we'll have Namamrita Mataji to read her offering. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dearest Gurudev. Please accept our most humble and respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet on this most auspicious day of Vyasa puja. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Caitanya Swami iti namine. Namami Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupadana Sevayam Sri Vrajada Mahatmyam Tadakshikam Kripavanam. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Astyatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Shridharanitai Gaura Hari, Jai Shri Prabhupada, Jai Shri Gurudev. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of Sri Sachinandan, Sachimata's son, the association of Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami, and his older brother Sanatana Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kund and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart of the loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhava in Vrindavan. We know not to make beautiful bouquets of flowers or string beautiful garlands. We know not how to quote verses or praises of glory with fantastic words. To love you, the love you have carved with your fantastic support, care, has touched the inner core of our hearts. We truly appreciate the care. We deeply appreciate the love. We are indebted to your divine grace for the guidance you have given us over the years. The way you have captured Sri Vrindavan Dham with your charms of storytelling, the way you have captivated us in your mesmerizing description of the demons of Vrindavan, coupled with the loving Leela of Sri Radhe Shyam. We are truly thankful to your divine grace for never giving up on us, for being that pillar of strength that keeps us afloat in the ocean of material suffering, for the golden opportunity to serve Sri Sri Dayal Nitai Gaura Hari despite our fallen condition. We're grateful for so much that we cannot begin to express. Gurudev, it is your sincere prayer that our family has recovered from this virus that is killing the entire world. Your continuous concern has really touched our hearts. We're grateful for this opportunity to always have the privilege of being in your divine service. We are grateful for the speedy emails despite your busy schedule. We hope that someday we can be deserving disciple. Best wishes on your Vyasa Puja, Gurudev. Your most fallen servants, Dasosmi, Nityananda Pran Das, Aditi Devi Dasi, Tulsi Das, and Akinchana Krishna Das. Hare Krishna. Jai Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Radhasharan, can you please ask that you unmute yourself? And my most sincere apologies to Namamrita. It's Namamrita Prabhu and not Mataji. Please forgive me. Hare Krishna.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. In the second verse of Makina Bhagavad Dharma, Srila Prabhupada wrote, Acha kichu karja tabe e anumane, nahe keno aniben e ugrastane. But I guess you have some business here, otherwise why would you bring me to this terrible place? When we are forced to go through some life-changing process, we feel the burning pain of being separated from what we are attached to. We tend to lose hope and everything becomes dark and we become morose. But Srila Prabhupada abandoned any comfort he had, the security of living in Vrindavan, to come to this hellish, terrible place with not much more than a few rupees and a trunk of books, but with a ton of faith. How can we ever understand the immense faith Srila Prabhupada had in his Guru Maharaj, in Sri Krishna, to undertake this burden of love of giving rascals like myself a glimmer of hope of making our lives a success? I will never be able to quantify the faith and love Srila Prabhupada had for Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. Your steadfastness, Guru Maharaj, in following the process of sadhana bhakti, lovingly given to us by Srila Prabhupada, proves that you, Guru Maharaj, have complete faith in this process. And this proves that you also have complete faith in Srila Prabhupada. Guru Maharaj, I beg for your mercy to be able to follow in your footsteps, just as you are following in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, and to become a worthy disciple and to offer myself in your service to please Srila Prabhupada. So please, Srila Gurudev, on this most auspicious occasion, please can I have your mercy so that I can develop the faith to help you serve Srila Prabhupada. Every day I pray that I may become an instrument in the service of Lord Caitanya. But it is only by your mercy that I can become fortunate enough to be considered the servant of the servant of the servant. I am forever indebted to you for your mercy and shelter. Your insignificant servant, Radhasharan Das.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. So back to Shishi Radharanath for Namamrita Prabhu. And then after that, we please ask that Shivaram Das gets his opportunity to read his offering on page 119. And following that, it will be Shah Mohan Prabhu. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki.
Jai. Hope you guys are all still awake. Namamrita Prabhu, we ready for you?
Jai Guru Maharaj. Oh, can I speak? So we've been with you now, Guru Maharaj, at the temple since the lockdown. And I was just now in the kitchen and I was thinking that every day since the lockdown now has become like a Vyasa puja for me personally, because we get this special opportunity to see you every day. When you come down the stairs after the class, you bump into us in the kitchen and you give us this warm smile and encourage us. And then you do these wonderful classes in the evening, fully engaged. So much so that we almost forget that there's this terrible pandemic in the world and you're protecting us in a sense. And I just wanted to express my gratitude at how much of time and effort you put into looking after the devotees. I've seen you in action in Govardhan Parikrama last year, and there too it was consistent, tireless effort, pushing on. The rest of us are tired and hanging from the dust and everything else, but you are rising like the brilliant sun in the east, encouraging us to go on further with that smile again and all this encouragement. And I'm really grateful today, and I think for the days to come, of how much of effort you are putting to push this movement of Prabhupada's forward, tirelessly, not letting anything stop you. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for this tremendous service that you're doing. I'm eternally grateful, and I hope one day that I could do like how you are doing and help to push this along also. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Haribol.
Thank you so much. Shivam, Shivam, Prabhu, can we please ask that you unmute yourself if you're online? And following that, we ask that Shamohan Prabhu please prepare. He'll be next. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to the dust of your lotus feet. Thank you everybody for giving us the opportunity to read our offerings. I really appreciate it. Every year I get a chance to take stock of my spiritual life. And every year I get to feel how lucky I am to have been accepted into your shelter. The shelter that has given me so much solace during the volatile nature of Kali Yuga. By your own example, you have shown what it means to be steady in our Krishna consciousness. How to tolerate the pangs of disease, old age and death. So much has happened this year. A massive pandemic sweeping across the globe, claiming the lives of many, including that of devotees that are near and dear to us. You have even had to deal with your own health issues, and yet not only do you remain completely unwavering and steadfast in your own service to Srila Prabhupada and Lord Krishna, but through your causeless mercy, you create an opportunity to inspire hundreds of new and old devotees alike to become more serious in their Krishna consciousness. We are always so blessed to be in the association of such an Uttama Adhikari. Guru Maharaj, thank you for always inspiring me to be better and to do better. Thank you for being such a shining example of what it means to be a servant of the servant of the servant. Thank you for being a very bright light in a very dark world. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11:20-17, the human body, which can award all benefit in life, is automatically obtained by the laws of nature, although it is a very rare achievement. This human body can be compared to a perfectly constructed boat, having the spiritual master as the captain and the instructions of the personality of Godhead as favorable winds impelling it on its course. Considering all these advantages, a human being who does not utilize his human life to cross the ocean of material existence must be considered the killer of his own soul. Thank you for being this most able captain, and for so expertly imparting the instructions of the Lord to me through all the wonderful seminars and lectures you have been holding. Without your mercy, I would be lost in material entanglement. I pray that I will always remain in the dust of your lotus feet, never wavering, always steadfast in following your instructions as they navigate me along the path of devotion. Your servant, Shiva Ramdas. Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Shamohan Prabhu, kindly unmute yourself. After Shamohan Prabhu, we'll have Ravindra Swarup, also from Sri Sri Radharadhana Temple. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Gurudev. Today is one of my favorite days in the year. It was day before yesterday, your appearance day. I get to express my gratitude towards you for allowing me shelter at the dust of your divine lotus feet. Krishna has been indeed very kind towards the insignificant me by allowing me to receive your causeless mercy through your instructions and guidance, and of course, you linking me to Srila Prabhupada. From the depths of my heart, thank you very much, Gurudev, for your infinite love and compassion. I have often witnessed you expressing similar love and compassion towards others, and every time I witness this, it softens my heart. You give every individual who reaches out to you your undivided attention. This I have witnessed many times over. I am in a way grateful to Krishna for giving us this pandemic that we have and continue to experience, except for the loss of lives, of course. This is because I have never had so much of your association as before. Since the start of the lockdown, you selflessly and divinely gave us all the opportunity to chant japa with you, not just once but twice a day, almost every day. And then we got to study nectar of instruction, the nectar of devotion, and now Bhagavad Gita. In the mornings when I battle at times to keep awake, I wonder exactly how you do it with your full days and early hours. You amaze me with your consistency and dedication. I'm reminded of how Srila Prabhupada would take rest for just a few miserly hours a day and spend the rest of the day in dictations, classes, and darshans. You are no different to Srila Prabhupada in this respect, Gurudev. While everybody slowed down during the lockdown, you accelerated. I see this as your unwavering commitment and dedication in carrying out your service to Guru and Gauranga. And because of your steadiness, you somehow managed to keep us all steady as well. This is your causeless mercy. About a week ago, I had the privilege of taking darshan of His Holiness Parthasarathi Das Goswami Maharaj in Midran. And Maharaj spoke of your wonderful service that you are doing with the Bhakti Shastri studies and the daily japa. And Maharaj expressed his great appreciation for you. You have always been a Prabhupada man in the front line of service. With the recent passing of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami, you demonstrated that there is nothing wrong with grieving for a special soul as Maharaj. This was the same with the disappearing anniversary of His Grace Jayananda Prabhu. Your compassion endeared us all. Gurudev, on this auspicious occasion, I would like to restate my vow to you that I will remain steadfast in my surrender to you and Srila Prabhupada, and that I will do my very best to serve ISKCON, the Vaishnavas, and you. I pray for your blessings that I may advance in my Krishna consciousness, and that hopefully one day I would qualify as a devotee of Radha and Krishna. I remain your servant always, Shah Mohan Das. Hare Krishna, Gurudev.
His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you so much, Shamohan Prabhu. Next, we'll be crossing back over to Sri Sri Radharadhana Temple, where we will have Ravindra Swarup read his offering, and then Chaitali, you after that. So if you can just please prepare. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirna
Timarandasya Grananjana Srilakaya Chakshuramisamyena Tasmi Sri Gurudev Namaha. To my dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to you on this auspicious day of your appearance. I offer my respects to such a person who takes us to Braj and explains about the holy pastimes of Krishna. I offer my respects to such a person who brings his brightness into our lives. I offer my respects to such a person which is empowered by Srila Prabhupada. I offer my respects to such a person that can lead us to this right path of our spiritual practices. I offer my respects to such a person that can take us deeply in ecstasy through kirtan. And this person I want to offer my respects to is His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami. A spiritual master is there to uplift one in their spiritual practice. A spiritual master is there to keep one away from illusion. A spiritual master is there to empower one to preach about the glories of Krishna. And a spiritual master is there to teach about the basics of what's right and what's wrong. Your servant Ravindra Swarupdas.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Chaitali, if you're online, could you kindly unmute yourself? Thank you. After Chaitali, we'll have Tarini Radhika. Please prepare yourself. And then after Tarini Radhika, we'll have Saki Sundari. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishna Bhutala Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami Niti Namini. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. At your lotus feet. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine self, all glories to Personal Sangha. On this auspicious occasion, I would like to thank you for your mercy and blessings. Your association inspired me to become more serious in my spiritual life. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, after Bhakti Guru Maharaj, your blessings make me relaxed. I am now mentally stable. I am now feeling better because of your association. I am very grateful to you for giving me such empathetic solution. I can never pay your debt back, as Gurudev's debt cannot never be paid back by anyone. Your auspicious words are very much valuable and precious for me, and these valuable words are always connected with my heart. As you are holding my hand in this difficult time, I feel very safe. Your words help me to feel the presence of Guru Maharaj. Now I feel that he is always with us. I pray to Krishna for your good health. Guru Maharaj, please always shower your mercy upon me so that I can continue my spiritual life properly and give service to Krishna and Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev and all the Guru Maharaj. I feel safe whenever I talk to you. I can tell everything to you without any hesitation, which I cannot do before. This is possible because of your love and care. Krishna will give me this chance, and for this, I feel that I am lucky. Your servant and your spiritual daughter, Chaitanya Vishnu.
Thank you so much, Chaitali. I think I speak for a lot of people that are on the Japa group. It's so nice to actually see you. You can go ahead. Are you gonna? Yeah. Thank you so much, Chaitali. Praise to you. Okay. Please go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace, all glories to Vaishnava Sangha. On this auspicious occasion, I would like to thank you for your mercy and blessings. Your association inspires me to become more serious in my spiritual life. I admire the amount of care and love you carry for every living entity. I am very grateful to you, Guru Maharaj. After attending your Japa class, my confidence is increased in such a way that I can chant 16 rounds every day. Guru Maharaj, you have made our spiritual life more beautiful, easy and strong by giving your precious blessings upon us. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. And I pray to Lord Krishna for your better health and safety. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Shatabdi and Chaitali. It's so nice to meet you guys. Like, see you guys virtually. Thank you so much for your offering. Hare Krishna. Just to make mention of the fact that please do not feel disheartened. We're just trying to cater for devotees that are overseas and with different time zones. So that's why we've asked Shatabdi and Chaitali to read the offering first. Hare Krishna. Back to Shri Radharanath Temple. For Tarini Radhika Mataji, thank you so much. And after that, we will have Sakhi Sundari read her offering. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Sarvapatale Shrimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Tinamine Namami Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Savanam Shri Vaja Dana Mahatmaya Padashagam Kirvanavam Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Sarvapatale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Sasadari Gani Varni Vacharane Namaste Singhavadi Padashatarane. So this offering was inspired by a song that I found on social media, but the song was about surrendering, and it's about the group, it's from a group called Hillsong, and I included parts of that song in the offering. Okay. I am drowning in the ocean of material suffering. A boatman appears and gives me a lifeline, but I couldn't take it. It was cold, I was in pain, and I was too scared. Jagannath Goswami Nayana Patagami, Nayana Patagami Bhavatame. I remember the moment I fell into the rabbit hole. Joy had left her bags and left. I didn't feel like living anymore. I begged ecstasy personified to show me a way. I followed him to the city of gold, and I followed him to the windy city. In my travels, he always led me to you. In both cities, I encountered unimaginable mercy, and I also managed to break my own heart in one of them. So I begged the golden moon to take me away, and he led me to the mountain on the tip of God's hand, who led me back to you. Unimaginable mercy I experienced when I left the mountain on the tip of God's hand. I fell deeper into the rabbit hole of my mind. I went to the abode of the golden moon, and I just cried. I begged him to not let me go. I remember telling you that I was afraid that you would reject me. And I read conviction in your reply. Your fears are unfounded. I have tried to be there for you. I left my sphere on the side of the road. I hear you speak and won't let go. Fall to my knees as I lift my hands to pray. I got every reason to be here again. A father's heart that pulls me in. and all my eyes want to see is a glimpse of you. So I returned to the tip of Africa. Between the mountain and the ocean, I decided to wander between the mountains, the ocean, and the milk and blood and honey. Ignorance felt bliss. Why can't I stop acting like a rebellious teenager? Krishna still sent me buffers though. I remember how he infiltrated my consciousness. I would never abandon you, I heard you say. He would never abandon me, I thought. If I leave, I abandon him. Spring pointed out that I bathed in and taken water in some of the holiest rivers in the Dham, and yet I was still consumed with so much guilt as if they were not powerful to wash sins away. When I parted with her, I went to the ocean in my last attempt to let go of the pain. I remember ending up in the surf shop where my brother used to work. The owner asked if I was looking for him, and I was confused for a minute. Who are you talking about? And then I realized the place that was so symbolic of pain and rejection had been transformed in my mind and instead was a reminder of you. In my head, all that went was, my spiritual master used to be a surfer. Yes, my spiritual master is the coolest. At least surfers can remind me of him. I remember sailing a vintage camera that was meant for an adventure that never happened. After much patience, I let it go to an older gentleman with light eyebrows. He told me about his career, and as I was listening, I had questions about you. I wonder, when did you start taking photographs? During my adventure, I met a yogi who reminded me of magic. The yogi was half Ukrainian, which is close to Russia. We spoke of India and had constant flashbacks of the mountain on the tip of God's hand and the Russians, which I hear are your favorites. I felt like the frangipani trees of the southern suburbs were following us. I told the yogi, I feel like the flowers are love letters from Srila Prabhupada. And a few days later, I spent my last dime on a dodgy art exhibition, and the yogi came to help me sit up. I said, well, it looks like this exhibition is about Krishna, and I'm not sure if I originally planned for that, but there he is. And then I started talking about the countless times Krishna saved me. I am tired, I said. I am done, I said, and I want to go home, I said. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters, wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. A few days later, I jumped onto a plane to the divine couple. To be honest, I wasn't ready to see you, and I was hoping not to see you because I felt like such a failure to see you. I remember the time that your body turned against you this year. It was one of my biggest fears, realized. I was done and I was ready to run away again. But ecstasy personified forced me to stay again. When I stopped being selfish, I found so much inspiration in the way that you went through so many difficult experiences this year and still rose above it, like nothing. In my dreams, I am drowning in the ocean of material suffering. I see a boat. I see you on the boat, and you throw a lifeline. I cannot take it. I'm cold, I'm in pain, and I'm scared. I've always wanted a close family, and I found it in devotees. They pulled me to the lifeline, yet I realized that I can only save myself by holding on to the lifeline. I had to let go of my fears and pain. I've always thought that the lifeline was being in your Valpo association, and though meditating of the memories of me stalking you makes me feel closer to you, I now realize that actually the lifeline was the holy name that you've always wanted me to have a stronger relationship with. And did I find joy? Yes. I remember that joy was always there, with the divine couple, with the golden moon, with ecstasy personified, with the mountain on the tip of God's finger, but I could only reach them through you. Bhakti Caitanya Swami ki jai.
Thank you so much, Tarini Radhika. Next up, we have Saki Sundari, and after that, we have a Bharat Charan. We can have you up next. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna to all the devotees. I would like to express my deep appreciation, Gurudev, for you coming into this world, giving us your association and sharing your valuable time with us, giving us your lectures, opportunities to serve you, possibility to study the real scriptures under your guidance, and for your wonderful books, your supervision in the Holy Dharma, and for giving us your shelter and for everything else. Thank you so much. I was 5 or 6 years old when I first saw the devotees of the Lord. It was near the place where the first summer festivals were organized in Lithuania. That place is called Vienalukis. We went there for sightseeing and saw some devotees. It was such a sight for me as a child, sighs in the wind, flowers and laughter. It was the first glimpse of something otherworldly. Even after almost 30 years, I still remember the mood of that place, such a deep impression the devotees made. And then, years after years, I met you near the Govardhan Hill on my first parikrama, and it made even deeper impression. Your orange robes and the feeling of superiority over me. I was such a child then. I am still a child, and I am trying to learn how to walk in Krishna consciousness. I asked you, how should a disciple see his spiritual master? And you told me, disciple should take his spiritual master as a father. And it was exactly what I needed the most at that time. That was it. Govardhan is the hill that fulfills all desires. So my desire was fulfilled. This, of course, came to me much later. Srila Prabhupada writes in his essay Devotee and Divinity that a pure devotee is So I am praying, please be merciful upon me, Gurudev, because I am weak. As this material body deteriorates, and my mind does not always act as a friend, my heart is not pure yet. Please bestow your mercy upon me. Because the pure devotee is like a desire tree, and he can deliver us the mercy of Shri Krishna. Please accept this humble offer unto your lotus feet. Hare Krishna, your servant Saki Sundari Das.
Thank you so much, Mataji.
And I would like to read my husband's offer also because he is a little bit shy for his English language.
Okay.
So I'm going to read it too.
Please go ahead.
Dear Guru Maharaja, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I hope that you are well, and I wish that you would stay on this planet for a long period of time in good health. You are very needed for your disciples and all living beings here. Dear Gurudev, on such a great occasion, I would like to thank you for your association. You are very important in my life. There are many great excellent authorities, but I don't know any other spiritual master who would take his students so lovingly to Krishna. My parents had left the bodies a long time ago, but I feel that I have a parent while you are here with us. I'm a minor disciple and I did not have much interaction with you, but those moments and time spent in your association, hearing and chanting with you, helps to fill the emptiness of the heart. I did not forget your instructions. I'm not able to follow all of them at this moment, but I meditate on them. That is why I feel not so much capable as a disciple, but I ask for your mercy to excuse and help me. During one of your darshanas, when we were there with Saki Sundari, she told you my secret wish to turn my ear, and you did it. I hoped to feel some pain, but instead I felt a soft touch of your hand and a slight pull. I was confused for a moment because of the mercy and love I received from you, and for all I have done out of my personal desires. I worked to be pulled by both ears, not so softly, and for a very long time. You knew many things that needed to be seriously discussed, but gracefully, even knowing you did not chastise me and help me in the most difficult situations. 12 years ago, I started to lose taste in communication between devotees, and only because of your association I stayed in Krishna consciousness. I have great respect for you, and I feel sincerely grateful for accepting me as your disciple. And because of your mercy, I have such a great wife who helps me in the path of Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna, your humble servant of Hare Charan Das.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear sweetie devotees. That was so beautiful. Next up, we have Vijvambar and Prabhu, and then we have Jai Radhika Mataji. Vijvambar Prabhu's offering is on page 139, and Jai Radhika, please prepare yourself to go after Vijvambar. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, dearest Gurudev. Please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to the Savior of the whole world, Srila Prabhupada. Even as we were preparing for this Vyasa puja to be held in Cape Town this year, I was thinking about what my offering this year should focus on. I was wondering what aspect of your divine grace's many wonderful characteristics I should focus on. Then along came the unimaginable situation that turned the whole world as we know it on its head. Krishna's energy smacked us in a way, in the form of a viral epidemic, and we were quarantined, and the whole world was thrown into disarray. Through this difficult period, though, we've also managed to adapt to so many new ways of living and working. Many of us, myself included, have had to deliver on our work plans via alternate means by working remotely. This also forced the devotees in general to resort to alternate means of preaching, teaching, learning, etc. Through this way of adapting, we've seen so many wonderful things come to bear. One of the upsides of this lockdown is that we've got a chance to listen to your many wonderful classes in the forms of seminars like the Demons of Vrindavan and the Anarthas they represent, and courses like the Nectar of Devotion eligible for Bhakti Shastri. As we see in so many cases in our Vedic scriptures, when a curse has been invoked or an apparent calamity appears, then there is invariably an upside or a blessing that comes out of that situation. Some examples would be when the sons of Kuvera, Manigriva and Nalukuvera, were cursed by Sri Narada Muni to become trees after behaving so degradedly. Their blessing became that they would meet Lord Krishna and become liberated by him. Personal darshan of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What a blessing. When King Pandu, the father of the Pandava brothers, was cursed by the sage couple who were shot by him, that he would not be able to copulate with his spouses and hence could not have children. this curse was turned into a blessing as the sons who subsequently were born to him and his spouses were pure devotees and whose pastimes have become glorified and entrenched in history. There are so many more cases like these. In a similar vein, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced a national lockdown in many countries. Even though this is such a disaster situation from many points of view, there is a blessing in that we've managed to get so much more association from you than we would ordinarily have. Under business as usual situation, you would have moved around and maybe met or spoke to maybe tens or a few hundred of devotees at a time. Yet we can see in this new way of preaching, you are reaching a few, even several hundred devotees every evening. That is such a remarkable thing. So many of us are now getting the advantage of your divine association every evening in the comfort of our homes. Looking at the pandemic from this perspective, and whilst I definitely am not on the level of the noble Queen Kunti, I can certainly appreciate the sentiment offered by her when she prays to Lord Krishna. Vipada Shantu Tatshashvat Tatra Tatra Jagat Guru Bhavacho Darshanam Yachyat Upanar Bhavadarshanam. I wish that all those calamities would happen again and again, so that we could see you again and again. For seeing you means that we will no longer see repeated births and deaths. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-25. I pray to continue to study under your guidance and get the association like we are getting at the moment. These moments are sincerely cherished, begging to remain eternally at your lotus feet, your aspiring servant Vishwambara Das. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai.
His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. Zoom Vyasa Puja Ki Jai. Next up we have Jai Radhika Mataji, and she's on page 56. And we ask that Kasturi Manjari prepare herself to read after Jai Radhika. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Shreya is going to go before me. Is that okay? She's on page 153.
I'm sure that's fine, Mataji. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnana Jnana Shalakaya Shakshimaritam Yana Tasma Shri Gurave Namaha. Namami Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Anusavana Shri Varsha Dhamma Mahatmaya Padasakam Kathanaka. Dear Father, I love you, Guru. You are the best. You are the light in the dark, the dolphin over the shark, because when the dolphin is attacking, you always protect. And the dolphin is the most intelligent sea creature. Thank you for your mercy to charm and the pain you go through for us, and that you never disappoint us if we say you're coming. I know you are the representative of the Lord, because you showed it to me, example 1, in Sri Sri Radhanath 2019 Govardhan Puja. I prayed to the Lord that I would get the fruit garland, then you gave it to me. I got it. Example 2, 2016 Sri Sri Radhanath Prabhupada's disappearance day. I prayed to get his garland from Abhishek, then you gave it to me. Thank you, Gurudev. I love you lots.
Dear Father, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Bhakti. To thank you for accepting me as your disciple and always knowing my heart and what is best for my spiritual advancement, even though I don't know it or sometimes don't understand it at the time. I realized over the years that every breath I take is only so I can serve you and hope to serve you eternally. Every year, the Lord finds new ways to grant me mercy in the disguise of challenges in the material world, which always seems to turn the material world upside down. But each year, through your mercy, I've gotten used to the fact that a silver lining in the form of real mercy always lies at the end. I wrote this poem, which was inspired by Ma Angelou,
as my offering to you on your auspicious Vyasa puja. The materialists wonder where my secret lies. I'm not their typical ruthless woman, nor am I built to suit the ideal stature of illusion strength of this world. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's in his merciful servant's strength that carries me, the span of his servant's wisdom, the stride of his servant's dance, the sound of his servant's song. I am spirit soul, phenomenally, the servant of the servant. That's me. I walk into a room just as cool as you please, and screaming out the mantra of my soul, kept silent in the black heart of this fallen soul in many lifetimes, brought to its surface by his servant's mercy. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees, and they wonder, what is my secret? I say, it's the fire of my Lord's servant's vision for me, and the power of his flashes of mercy, the compassion of his pure heart, and the joy in the Maha Mantra that he dispenses. I'm spirit soul, phenomenally, servant of the servant. That's me. Now you understand just why my head's always bowed. Yet I have a blazing fire of strength that you cannot break. I don't jump or shout about, or have to talk real loud, because your mercy gives me the strength to be me. It's in the beauty of my tilak, the beauty of my sari, done for the pleasure of my Lord's servant, because I'm spirit soul, phenomenally servant of the servant. That's me, eternal servant of Bhakti Caitanya Swami, your servant, your daughter, Jai Radhika Devi Dasi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaradika Mataji, and thank you so much, dear Shreya. That was so cute and so sweet. Next up, we have Kasturi Manjari, and she is on page 64. We ask that Rohini Kumar please prepare himself to read his offering after Kasturi Manjari. Hare Krishna.
Dearest Srila Gurudev, Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances at your most glorious lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine self, all glories to Vaishnava Sangha. Wishing you a very happy appearance day. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank you so much for accepting this most insignificant soul under the shelter of your most glorious lotus feet. I strongly believe that your blessings are safeguarding me, my family, and our spiritual life as well as our material life. Another year has passed in my Krishna consciousness life. When I look back and reflect on my life before Krishna consciousness, I realize how fortunate I am to be in your association and in Krishna consciousness movement. I am very grateful for the spiritual treasures you have given, such as increased taste for reading Srila Prabhupada's books, associating with devotees, and taste for chanting. Your mercy and belief upon me gives me the inspiration to serve you and Srila Prabhupada to the best of my ability. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela 2254, it is said, Sadhu Sangha Sadhu Sangha Matra Sadhu Sangha Sadhi Hoy. Verdict of revealed scripture is even association with pure devotee, one can attain all success. This is absolutely something that I am now in my life. I feel so fortunate to have your most valuable association every day, and because of which I can see how my consciousness is aspiring to change for better. I am making every sincere efforts to be your good servant. Your mercy and compassion has changed even my material circumstances, making it more favorable for me to practice Krishna consciousness nicely. The intense love you have for Srila Prabhupada and your service attitude towards Srila Prabhupada is what I meditate upon every minute to achieve for you. My eyes were filled with tears when you first spoke to me about the online preaching service for your Facebook page. I feel so unqualified, yet you have shown me so much faith. I am eternally grateful to you. Srila Gurudev, I only have your mercy to depend upon for my spiritual journey. You have proven to me time and again how the spiritual master understands the disciple's mind and heart. You have understood me so deeply that most times you just understand and speak my mind without me uttering a single word. Everything about you truly amazes me. I remember listening to one of your classes where you mentioned that Krishna doesn't even know his own qualities fully as they keep increasing. I feel the same about you, Srila Gurudev. Srila Gurudev, I am simply a beggar who has nothing but your mercy. On this auspicious occasion, I beg at your lotus feet for giving me shelter at your lotus feet, birth after birth. My only desire is to serve you sincerely with love and devotion, praying for your healthy life so you can inspire more and more unqualified souls just like myself. Please forgive me for all my shortcomings. Koti Koti Dhanyavad, Aapke Charan Kamlo mein Srila Gurudev. Thank you for mercifully teaching few Russian words to me. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Srila Gurudev's Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav ki Jai, aspiring to be a servant eternally, Kasturi Manjari Devi Dasi. Thank you, Srila Gurudev.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much, Kasturi Manjari. We all are on the admin side, and I'm sure everybody else shares our sentiments. We're so happy to see your face and hear your voice. We feel like we've known you for a long time, and it's so nice to see your face and hear your voice. Thank you so much for your service for Guru Maharaj and for inspiring all of us. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Next we have Rohini Kumar. If you're online, kindly unmute yourself, and we ask that Vajikishore Prabhu please prepare himself to speak after Rohini Kumar. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanatirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev, and all the assembled Vaishnavas. I will be reading my offering in the form of a poem for your glory and listening pleasure. The title of my poem is An Eternal Endeavor. A clutter of impurities, a hall of despise, a house of disturbed impressions, but when the sunshine of your image arise, this wretched place known as my mind desirously grows as a temple of the one most pure and wise. A heart like a treasure trove, a garden of love, a fountain of mercy. Oh, for when the association of your greatness comes by, a stone heart like mine becomes light with love, of that I cannot deny. A master whose moods embedded as a servant, a lord whose palms always meet, a mind engraved with gratefulness. Oh, for by observing you always thankful, my master, an ungrateful being like me urges to give incessant thanks hereafter. An encyclopedia of transcendental knowledge, a great soul who rejoices in the pastimes of Sri Hari, a Vaikuntha man who urges to give Krishna to all. Oh, for just by hearing you, a steel-framed heart like mine longs for the love of Vrindavan to imbue. An oceanic smile, a humorously fixed character, a on-the-ball Superman. Oh, it is only because of your character a old hag like me tree be, this evergreenness of yours, I am an inheritor. This steel-framed, stone-hearted, ungrateful servant prays to follow you, my Lord, for you are a fountain of perfect character and reveals the secrets of the original progenitor. For your mercy and love forever, this eternal servant begs an eternal endeavor. Your servant, Rohini Kumar Das. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnavan ki jai.
Jai. Thank you so much, Rohini Kumar Prabhu. That was a beautiful poem. Next up, we have Raj Kishore. And we ask that after Raj Kishore, Yogeshwari, please prepare yourself to read her offering, which is on page 153. Sorry. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Caitanya Swami Namne Namami Bhakti Caitanya Prabhupada Sevinam Shri Rajadanam Mahatmaya Padarsakam Kripanavam. Hare Krishna Shri Guru Maharaj. I remember before I received Gayatri, you said two things to me. You said, do as much DT service as possible. Just get involved in DT worship. And the next thing you said was, you prefer me shaved up. You later reiterated that point to me and here and Mai. You said that this is how a gentleman should look. We're all representative of you and Srila Prabhupada, and the uniformity is how we are related. And by always wanting mercy, we have to also put ourselves in a position to receive mercy. A few years ago in Jagannath Puri Dham, I wanted to talk to you, and at that point, I had not had a personal darshan with you for about 5 years, and I was really scared to speak to you in fear of being defeated or scolded or rejected because of my big false ego. And by the mercy of our God family and the Vaishnavas, I got the opportunity to speak to you. And I remember the last time we really had a serious conversation, I was a teenager. And after that moment in the Dham, it changed my life. I always flaunt the saying, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. And up until that point, the metaphor had a negative connotation. But in this case and onwards, it's really true that you are, and I would always choose you, my rock, Srila Gurudev. When you allowed me the service to worship Shri Giriraj Govardhan, I was also shocked. I mean, firstly because of my false ego, being scared that you would tell me I'm not qualified, and secondly because I knew I had to mentally prepare myself to receive Giriraj. But my favorite part about worshipping Giriraj is the preliminary worship. When I meditate on you, the manasa puja of you, my mind is always agitated. And to get into that zone, I often use that time to focus on a happy memory or a sweet memory that allows me to feel connected to you. Sometimes it's initiation, and other times it's other memories that I share and I remember. But over time, I feel like the best way to feel connected to you is to worship the devotees who worship you. And in that way, be able to worship you vicariously through them. And so I pray on this day, the day that we worship you, the Vyasa puja, the day that we reflect on the past year, that I can always be the servant to your disciples, and that I can stop being a last-minute devotee, and that I can be consistent, and that I can be genuine. Because we can't hope to have any genuine relationships if we aren't genuine ourselves. And this is something I've been trying to do for years. And I beg your forgiveness for being so foolish and wasting so many lifetimes. I beg to always be connected to you. And I pray that my spiritual umbilical cord may never be severed. And I pray to always be vigilant and not to cause offenses to devotees. Gurudev, you are so beautiful, transcendental, and every other synonym associated with the word amazing. You're so creative, innovative, pioneering, and extremely intelligent and extremely brilliant. And as devotees, we should strive to be expert at everything, because everything is an offering to Krishna. And when I attempt to do anything spiritual, being talentless, I can think of you and these tasks become easier. Maybe it's in my head, but I really doubt it. Just by you instructing me, I feel like I can do anything. One pastime I remember was when I was 16 years old and I was trying to cook for you. You told me that you would honor some sweet corn on the cob. And with my stupidity, I bought mealies. And I remember feeling like such a failure. I was a very sensitive, fragile, immature child, and I took correction and criticism as I took it very personally. And I remember we exchanged some emails and you responded by saying, yes, no more mealies in block capital letters. And for your Vyasa puja a few days back, I offered sweet corn to you, drizzled in butter ghee. And I hope that one day I can make sweet corn for you again. And I hope that I can continue to receive criticism, because I don't want to think that I have succeeded. There's always more that we can do, and there's always more that we should be doing. I pray to always remember that I am your disciple and I belong only to you, your foolish son, Raja Kishore. Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you so much, Raja Kishore. I particularly love that mealy story. You've told me about this one before. I love it. Yogeshwari Devidasi, if you are online, can I please ask that you unmute your mic? The offering is on page 153. After that, we ask that Sachi Priya please prepare yourself to read after Yogeshwari. Hare Krishna.
My dearest Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Gurudev on this auspicious day of your Vyasa puja. Our planet is currently experiencing a global pandemic, and life as we knew it has changed. There is depression, disease, and death all around us. Later, it will certainly be known as the worst of times. However, for many of us, it is also the best of times. I feel sad about the physical separation we are all experiencing, but at the same time, I have never felt so deeply grateful. It is the desire of every disciple to have the personal association of their spiritual master as much as possible. Not many can say that they are able to chant the holy names with their master daily, what to speak of studying Shastra by hearing directly from the lips of their master. Yet, through your incredible mercy and compassionate heart, we are fortunate to be experiencing this every day for months, and we can expect this to go on for more months. It feels like you are holding our hands through this pandemic. Through your expert use of social media platforms, we are chanting japa at the correct time. We are able to take darshan of the deities in the temple. We are associating with devotees, and we are taking the study of Shastra more seriously. This personal association is transforming our days and transforming our lives. You have turned foolishness into wisdom and darkness into light. I cannot think of any other scenario of all of us receiving this fortune on a global scale, so it is definitely by the perfect arrangements of the Lord. Earlier this year, you experienced a health scare. It left us all feeling extremely fearful at the thought of losing your physical presence in this world. I pray to Srimati Gaurahari and Nrsimhadev to allow us to have a lot more time with you. We have so much more to learn from you and have a long way to go. We all need you here. Please don't leave us yet, Gurudev. This year we also lost our dear Bhakti Swami. It was such a shock to our hearts, and it is still difficult to accept. But the experience also showed us the loving relationships that is in our Vaishnava family. It is certainly a family that is deeply personal, and you have shown us that by your soft heart and your love for Maharaj. Gurudev, you are the most merciful master. Judgment or discrimination does not exist in your soul. You experience criticism from individuals who fail to see you. but you are not bothered and continue with grace, enthusiasm, and determination for the success of Srila Prabhupada's movement. You are the spring of hope to our winter of despair. Your example keeps us strong and inspires us to soldier on. Thank you for all that you do, Gurudev. This is the first Vyasa puja of me being an official disciple. Thank you so much for accepting me as your disciple. Please let me know how I can serve you. Your mercy is all I am made of. Yours, Yogeshwari Devi Dasi. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai.
Hey, thank you so much, Yogeshwari Devi Dasi. That was a beautiful offering. Dear devotees, in we kind of ran out of time, so we just want to take the Russian devotees into consideration. So we're going to play a short video clip real quick, and then after that we'll have the main Vyasa Puja address by Srila Gurudev, and then after that we will complete the reading of the offerings that we still have on the list. So over to Amrita Mani and Priya Kishori. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
His whole life has been given exclusively in the service to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Maharaj is such a scholar and he's such a speaker. He has such a kind, soft, caring heart. He has such deep love for Sri Vrindavan Dham. And wherever he goes, he just attracts Vaishnavas.
Thank you very, very much. I am to understand that Vajakishore prepared this video for us. Thank you so much, Vajakishore. It was absolutely beautiful. You managed to always get us video, make such beautiful tear-jerking videos. Hare Krishna. Next part is we'll cross over to Shri Radharanath to hear the Vyasa puja address by Srila Gurudev. His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Please bear with us while we get our camera situation and sound situation ready at Shri Radharanath Temple. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Stick it on or just have it there? All right, so let me just start. No? Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. You can manage? Hare Krishna. This is Russian, sir, is it?
This is Russian.
Oh, this is Russian. Are you there?
No,
Oh, okay. Okay, just. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Did you see my beautiful bead? Just while we're at it. Look at my beautiful new bead bag. Did you see it? Did you see that? It's amazing. It's just incredible. It's Sanatana Swami with Madan Mohan. Yeah, he's feeding him Bhakti. So nice. And the Madan Mohan temples in the background. Couple of green parrots. Sure. So how are we doing? Okay. Nama Om Vishnu. I'm not allowed to chant. Hare Krishna, Hare. Can I chant Hare Krishna? Soon. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Maybe I can drink some water. It's the 1759 one, is it?
Yes.
It's on the list there. You just click on the one that ends 1759.
Yes.
Should be. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. I got the scarf around my neck because this garland's so heavy. Yeah, otherwise it will sort of cut into the skin. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna. Etta, who's that? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. I got the scarf around my neck because this garland's so heavy. Yeah, otherwise it will sort of cut into the skin. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna. Etta, who's that? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. I got the scarf around my neck because this garland is so heavy. Yeah, otherwise it will sort of cut into the skin. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna. Etta, who's that?
Caitanya Guru. Okay.
Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Okay,
Krishna.
so I just need to test the sound with him.
Hare, Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Yeah.
Rama, Rama, Hare,
Okay.
Hare. So how are we doing?
Caitanya Das Prabhu is translating.
Okay.
Waiting for him to let me know if the sound's okay.
Oh, of course we've got to make some sound, otherwise. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Caitanya Prabhu?
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Bol, are you ready?
Yes.
So we can just start?
Yeah, we can start.
Okay. So that means you turn off the speaker, the top one, right? Yeah, that one. Turn it off. Otherwise we'll hear him speaking.
Okay.
All right. And okay. Okay. Haribol. That sucks. Okay.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachadishtarane Sri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Good to close the window that's blocking the screen, is it? The white one? Sri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas, what is that? Adi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchka Patrulibhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha, Paditanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna. So, of course, it goes without saying completely that we are troubled by the pandemic in different ways in our program today. There are also positive sides. Devotees have noticed a number of times. Yes. So that's that. But anyway, it's a very important occasion. It's a very wonderful occasion. It's a very educational occasion. It's a very deeply enriching occasion. I find it deeply enriching for myself, frankly. It's a time of reflection. Many devotees say that. Some devotees have said that this evening. And yesterday, we had our Russian devotees, the program. Quite a few devotees were there. And a number of them talked about reflection and looking back and looking forward and considering one's situation and where one is coming from, what one needs to do now and how one should move forward. For the disciples, it's an occasion like that. For myself, frankly, it's definitely an occasion like that. And I've been reflecting on many things, actually, just the last 2-3 days, since Friday, I suppose, or Thursday, Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa puja day. Lot of reflection, lot of thought, which is good. It's very good. Sometimes it's a little, challenging. A little challenging, because there's always room to move forward. And when one sees the room to move forward, and one sees the need to move forward from where one is, and that's a little challenging, maybe challenging, but yeah, it's an inspiration. It's enlivening, it's exciting, but also it makes one consider, I should be doing better, and now I should do better, means, no, now I'm not doing as well as I could be doing, or should be doing. So, one of our godbrothers, His Holiness Bhakti Vaibhava Maharaj, I've mentioned before, he said, maybe a couple of years ago, he said, in the relationship between spiritual master and disciple, there is mercy and there is a burden. the disciple gets the mercy, and the spiritual master gets the burden. There's truth in that. There's some truth in that. It's not absolutely just like that. It certainly is sometimes definitely like that, because the disciples are coming from material life. At least particularly when they just become disciples, then they just shortly they've come from material existence, and that material existence carries with it, there's so much baggage coming from material existence. Yes, so, and it takes some time. It takes some time to really deal with that. Even really deal with half of that. Really deal with it. Takes some time. And some effort. And some... Anyway, everyone's on their different levels, but for some there are some real struggles in terms of getting free from that baggage from one's previous material existence. And of course the spiritual master becomes implicated in that, or with that, to some degree at least. If we've read Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers, we would know how Brahmatirtha Prabhu, Bob Cohen, asks Srila Prabhupada that, well, he says first of all that we see that apparently you get some reactions from something, that you become ill sometimes. That may be particularly noticeable. So there's some things, noticeable things, which normally we would say they're coming, if you're typically for a person, they're coming from material reactions from their previous material activities. So Brahmatirtha Prabhu asked Prabhupada, but in your case, how can it be? How can it be? Because you've not performed any sinful activity. You're a pure soul. And so how could this be coming to you? And Srila Prabhupada says, yes, actually I have performed some sinful activity. My sinful activity is that I have accepted some people as disciples who were not really up to the standard, and therefore, they remained with some material things there. And those affected Prabhupada, he said, that because we're trying to spread the Krishna consciousness movement, sometimes we accept some people and it's not entirely clear really what their standard is, and therefore sometimes in some cases the standard is actually insufficient. But we have to do that for spreading the Krishna consciousness movement. Otherwise, if we just wait and wait and wait and wait until there's just no room for any question, for any doubt, is a person qualified or not, then as one devotee jokingly said, but it's an interesting thought, we would have to wait until maybe half an hour or an hour before the devotee is about to pass away, the candidate, and say, can you vow that for the rest of your life you'll just never do any of these things. And they'll say yes, and then that's going to be So that was Prabhupada's standard. Of course, obviously he was not irresponsible in accepting people, but sometimes, because you just can't tell sometimes. With some people you can tell pretty much. So yes, so there are some challenges. And in being, there's some challenges for the disciples. There are definitely some challenges in being a spiritual master. But I've been reflecting. Well, it's of course been a reflection for a long time. I mean, many years. But just even the last few days, I've really been reflecting. And there's some circumstances too. But anyway, the end result has been that I've been reflecting on the responsibility of being a spiritual master, or taking that service, trying to serve the devotees by taking up the role of being a spiritual master and accepting disciples. It's such an incredible responsibility. On one hand, I remember actually the first time I ever accepted any disciples, the very first time, it was just around the Rath Yatra time. I think it was 1990. Yeah, 1990. Means like Christmas time, just at the end of 1990. And I'd not accepted any disciples before. There was a handful, including Mukunda Prabhu and Mother Lalita Kund, who, it seemed to be that it should be done. And some thought about the responsibility made me just feel very responsible that I have to really be focused in Krishna consciousness. So it was a positive stimulus. That was beneficial. Yes, so that side of it is there. There's a real positive stimulus that, I have this responsibility. People have these expectations. There's so many statements made by great devotees, by Srimad Bhagavatam, by Shastra. There's so many statements made that spiritual masters are like this and like that. Nectar of Devotion we have read. Just quite recently, there are warnings for spiritual masters. When I first read those many years ago, I thought, why is Prabhupada warning spiritual masters? Spiritual masters are people who don't need warnings, because, they're on such a level. Yeah. But, of course, in those days, I didn't know so much about being or trying to be a spiritual master. So I've really been thinking, it's been a subject of thought. Now it's 30 years, coming up to 30 years at the end of this year, that I've been accepting disciples. So it's been an ongoing subject of thought, but particularly last week maybe, or 4 or 5 days, I've been really thinking about it very deeply. What is the responsibility? It's a stimulus for making your very best effort, even better than your very best effort. But at the same time, the material nature is there, and our conditioned natures are there, sort of hanging around and trying to haunt us like ghosts. You know what it's like. Yeah. And Maya is a pure devotee, and one aspect of her service to the Lord is to test the devotees. And Maya is relentless in her performance of that part of her service, of all of her service, of course. But she's definitely relentless in her performance of that part of her service. So, but still, it's really, to be a spiritual master, such a responsibility. The more time goes on, the more I think about it, the more, even when I've already thought it's clear, then it becomes more clear. So there's the positive side, and there's also the somewhat challenging side. Just like if you have even one disciple, Prabhupada, I think maybe it's Bhaktivinoda Thakur makes the point that even just one disciple who is like a real cheater and a real nonsense, just a really bad one. Just one disciple can be sufficient for a spiritual master even to fall down. What to speak of like the discussion between Prabhupada and Brahmatirtha Prabhu went. So on one side, that's there, the challenging side of the disciples. The disciples get the mercy, the spiritual master gets the burden. There is a positive side to having disciples, which Srila Prabhupada discusses in the 4th canto. At the end, I think it must be around the end of the story of Dhruva Maharaj, when he was just about to take off to Vaikuntha on the Vaikuntha airplane, or there were a few Vaikuntha airplanes, and then he saw his mother, who was a type of spiritual master to him, like a Vakma Pradarshika, someone who just kind of points the way that this is, go in that direction, the right direction, without getting into any detail at all, but just some little prompting, practically. So his mother was like that. And it's like a type of spiritual master, at least to some degree. But on the basis of that instruction, Dhruva Maharaj became the great Maha-Bhagava Dhruva Maharaj. And there he is now, he's on his way back to Godhead. But then he told them, the devotees who'd come on those airships from Vaikuntha, to wait. Take my mother also. In this way. You can read through that, it's just a few verses. And Prabhupada very humbly says that just as Dhruva Maharaj, who was like the disciple to his mother, who's a spiritual master, a type of spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada very humbly says that I'm very old and many problems are there. So I am praying, I am hoping that just one of my disciples will become like Dhruva Maharaj and take me back to Godhead. Basically, he says like that. So we pray, means I pray, that one or as many as possible, but at least one of my own disciples will become like that. And I'd ask, order, I definitely request very strongly that all of you, there's however many of you watching this evening, and I'm sure, the recordings and everything what I'm saying now will be distributed. But really, please take it from me that you're becoming disciples. This is not, of course, it's not a joke at all, of course, but it's a very deep thing. It's a very deep thing. Actually, as Srila Prabhupada said, when one comes to Krishna consciousness, it means one is standing on the threshold of eternity. Means right by the doorway. And all one has to do is take a step. And there you are, back home, back to Godhead. So that facility is there for all of you. We, of course, we do our level best to repeat what we've heard from Srila Prabhupada. We do our level best. And behind us is Srila Prabhupada. Behind us is Srila Prabhupada. So one way or another, if you make the most, really make the most of the facility you have through initiation, just through being part of ISKCON, and you could say ultimately being connected with Srila Prabhupada, your path back to Godhead is just there. It's just there for you to take. It really is. Plus, it will be very beneficial for myself, actually. That if we can present some devotees to Srila Prabhupada, that here, look, these are qualified devotees. These are actually first-class disciples. Then Prabhupada will be so happy, and he'll help us present them to Krishna, present you to Krishna. So, yes, in this regard, of course we keep our eyes on the disciples. We keep our eyes on all the devotees, actually, that we're connected with in our areas of responsibility, how they're doing. And I must say, I do see in quite a number of cases that devotees, let us just say disciples, they're really making progress in different ways. Sometimes we can say or see and say in terms of becoming purified, developing as spiritual character, spiritual personalities. We can see actually they're becoming purified. It's a step-by-step thing, but it's happening. That's very nice. Another thing is, and this was really drummed into us when I first joined so many years ago, another thing is devotees accepting responsibility in Prabhupada's movement, taking up important service, responsible service, and really taking it in very solid and deeply felt and very deeply responsible ways. That's also a sign of advancement, of progress. In that regard, I did say this morning, actually, I wanted to mention His Grace Govardhan Prabhu, who's a disciple of mine, of course, an earlier disciple of mine. And at least all of you in South Africa, you're all very well aware how he has step by step, actually, over the years, it's not just very recently, but It's been going on for some time, been accepting responsibility in responsible ways. In other words, not biting off more than he can chew, but definitely increasing his responsibility. Now he's a full GBC member. Full GBC member. And he's only been this for what? So it's 6 months, 5-6 months or so now. But he's really giving his very best. And I really appreciate that. I mentioned Sri Damodar Prabhu. Of course, he's not my disciple. He's my old friend. But the sannyasi is the spiritual master of everyone, and the GBC is sort of the spiritual master of everyone. These things are there. Anyway, we're spiritually connected, and I've been watching him for many years, and there's no doubt he's been moving forward, just no doubt at all. And I really appreciate that, and it's really good for him. Another one I want to mention is His Grace Prabhanu Prabhu. Again, he's not my disciple, but we have had a spiritual connection for many years, and the same thing's happening with him. And we're not just limited to them. Deva Prabhu. We can see he's progressing, and has progressed, and is progressing. It's really nice. And many others. I mean, I don't want to try and say the names of all and then possibly miss some out, but those are just a few who come to mind, really come to mind very strongly. And when I see that happening, I feel very pleased, even though I may not be sort of contributing to their progress, because there's the whole world of Krishna consciousness, which is full of influences and different people who exert influence also. But when I see these things happening, particularly in areas where I'm involved or deeply involved, I feel very pleased, very pleased. Yeah. So otherwise, yes, being a spiritual master, one devotee said something some years ago, actually several years ago, that Krishna consciousness is so nice. We must just get into it and get the nectar and just, you could say, enjoy it and just relish Krishna consciousness. It's just so wonderful. But then the devotee said, oh, we should never forget where we got it from. Yes, so appreciation. Well, perception of reality means, particularly if we're really trying to endeavor to practice as nicely as we're able, then perception of reality means, includes or means that we are aware, as much as we're able to be, we're aware from where the mercy is coming, which is helping us. Yes. Well, another one I must add to the list is our Ram Vijay Prabhu. Yeah. Seriously. No kidding. No joking. I'm not being diplomatic or patronizing. Yeah. nickname for him. I won't tell you. It's a secret at the moment, but not for too long. But thank you also. You have risen to that challenge. Have you ever? Gosh. Anyway, sorry, I got a bit stuck there. Yes, we must remember where we got it from. Yes, so perception of reality. If we're not perceiving reality, if we're just sort of in a dream world, in the middle of the real world, while the real world is what's actually going on, then, that's not good. That's terrible. So perception of reality in Krishna consciousness includes or means, but it definitely includes as a major factor, where we are getting mercy. We are getting mercy. Like I said, if we're really trying our best, then progress will be there. So yes, perception of reality means or includes or means that we see, I'm getting mercy here, I'm getting mercy from Prabhupada, I'm getting mercy from my initiating spiritual master, I'm getting mercy from some other devotees, I'm getting mercy from different places, I'm getting mercy from chanting my rounds. I feel that a lot. Oh, so much mercy from chanting the rounds. That was coming from Prabhupada too. So like that. So perception of reality means that we become aware of where a lot of what is helping us move forward is coming from. And then that means we must appreciate, not that just, oh yeah, it's good to chant, gosh, I must chant more. But we must appreciate, what is this chanting? What is the relationship with the spiritual master? What's the relationship with Srila Prabhupada, etc., with the other devotees? We must appreciate. We don't want to be, and then once you appreciate, then that, yes, I'm getting help from these different sources. Then has to come gratitude. And gratitude is not just a state of mind like a sentiment, a feeling. Gratitude means when we start to express it and reciprocate. Yeah, and then it really becomes very deep. To be an ingrate, kind of funny word, ingrate, an ungrateful person, that's bad. That's really. To be an ingrate means you are focused on you. That's what it means. You're just focused on you, and you don't really care much, if at all, about anybody else other than you. That's material. That's really material consciousness. So in our relationships as devotees, please, let us really try, first of all, to understand the reality of our situation in life, and then to be aware of what's helping us, who's helping us, appreciate and be grateful. So to all of you, this is mainly for the disciples, but it's also general. When I observe you, I appreciate tremendously. It's just so wonderful to see the efforts of those, particularly you could say, of those disciples who are really trying their best, who are really taking things to heart. I really appreciate. And all of us, well, I've listened to so many offerings in the last, say, 24 or more, 30 hours. And thank you for being appreciative. Thank you. And you know that it's the right thing to do and try to cultivate it. For my part, I'm trying to do my best. What else to do? Trying to do my best. And, you know, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. It's definitely not easy. I've just one realization I've had is that about being a spiritual master and just being like amongst the more or most senior devotees in ISKCON, like Govardhan Prabhu definitely is now. Sri Damodar Prabhu is getting up there. Yes, there has been or is a move, I would say, or an idea which quite a number of devotees have, you could say, bought into or accepted, is that if one's going to be a spiritual master, it's so important. It's just so incredibly important for the devotees and for the whole movement that anyone who's going to be a spiritual master should focus on being a spiritual master rather than add, you know, like Arthur Sarati Maharaj said, what was it, the four somethings? The four in one. GBC, Guru, Sannyasi, and I was temple president. I remember that. And I remember being in an obscure part of Siberia, Belakurika. It's so, I tell you, it's just obscure. And having to telephone the temple, was I speaking with you? Oh no, I think it was Dina Bandhu about sorting out some political problem. I won't mention the names, but there was a big political problem. And so the big 4-in-1, that, you know, that's 4-in-1, it's pretty, it's like 3 plus something in one. But the big 4-in-1 is GBC, Guru, Sannyasi, and BBT trustee. That's the big 4-in-1. So some devotees can manage it. You know, there are some devotees, they can handle, you know, so far they've handled basically anything that's come their way. But some can't. Some can't. And if you're going to be a spiritual master, you've got to give your best attention. You don't want to be a negligent spiritual master and have the disciples just sort of feeling or being sort of not sufficiently taken care of. So my own policy right now, I've sort of been handling it more or less, I would say. I'm not on the level of some. That's not been too bad. But I'm trying now to extricate myself very gently and focus as far as being a spiritual master and a preacher, which is sort of, you know, kind of, they go hand in hand. Trying to focus on that and just hand over gradually to these great souls, highly qualified, are coming up now, and to give them room to develop. So therefore, my pledge, it's sort of the same thing I say every year, I guess. I'm trying my level best, to do different things as far as being a spiritual master is concerned. But basically, I'm trying my level best to be there for you. To actually be there for you as tangibly, as humanly or spiritually possible. Yeah. So therefore, if I can help, then please tell me, and I'll try. I promise. I'll definitely try. And that includes not because not just disciples like official. Of course, in a sense, they get the first attention, but actually anyone, like Mother Hari Priya said something earlier, and so as far as I'm able, as far as you want, I am very reactive. I told some interesting people a little while ago. I'm very reactive. So if people come to me, I normally don't chase around after people so much. Wait for them to come to me. So if I can be of any assistance to you, yeah, I'll try my best. Or anyone. Yeah. And I'm sure like this, I'm confident, that I'm really confident and enthusiastic that by doing like this, myself trying to focus more like that rather than get into details of what's going on, I'm confident I'll be able to do a more useful service. Plus, it'll help the devotees, particularly the senior devotees, develop, and then that way it'll help the movement develop in these areas where I'm involved. So, thank you all very much. One thing, these japa sessions, I find I chant a lot better than I otherwise chant. Really. Govinda Maharaj, how many times have I heard him talk about, we just got to chant, we just got to chant. And I thought, yeah, you're right. But now I'm feeling it so much more. So I like this, to be able to focus myself on these spiritual things. I mean, it's definitely real spiritual, but say sadhana-related type things. And I'll try to help you all as much as I'm able. Please carry on enthusiastically. Know that your progress helps me. Your progress helps me. Of course, it helps you first of all too. And let us carry on working together at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, and working together and helping each other. And we carry on nicely like this, then one fine morning we will wake up. We will all be in Goloka Vrindavan together. And we'll have another ISKCON Radha Radha. I think it's actually true. But definitely we'll all be together with Srila Prabhupada and all the wonderful devotees. Giriraj Maharaj, Indrajumna Maharaj, Lokanath Maharaj, Ramay Maharaj, what a saint, unbelievable. And who else should I mention? Anyway, you know. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki.
His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki
And
jai.
what's our program now? There's some offerings, is there? 15 now. Okay. I mean, anyone can carry on as they like. I'll stay and hear them.
Sure.
Yeah, just go relax. Don't worry. Don't feel embarrassed. Your service is more important. So they're going to be there, right?
Sita?
His Holiness Bhakti Caitanya Swami Maharaj ki jai. Thank you so much, Srila Gurudev, for that beautiful address. Thank you for being here with us today.
Sirishan, I think I'm muted.
You're not muted, you're not.
No. Okay, so now what? Oh, okay. Might just be a better arrangement. Sure. It's different. It's all right. It's all right. Okay. Take your more comfortable seat if you. But this has a presence. Okay. So the only one here with Vyasa. When are you doing? Tomorrow morning. No, from here. Oh, what's the matter? What are you going now? Yeah. All right, yes. Oh, it is more comfortable. Hey, hey. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sita Charan.
I'm here, Srila Gurudev. Thank you so much, Srila Gurudev, for the beautiful address, and thank you for everybody who's still here. We have a few more offerings left, and I'm just going to try and keep it as brief as possible so we can work through it and still sleep in time in order to wake up for japa. First up, we have Sachipriya. She's on page 170, and we ask that Shama Vallabhi